Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here today, with the third and, more than likely, hopefully, fingers crossed, final session of Legend of the One Ring. This is what we've all been building up to. This is going to be the final conflict, as it were. We're playing a Lord of the Rings mashup with Legend of the Five Rings. This is based on some really cool concept art that, not concept art, I guess it was just a project that this artist on Twitter had done. I do not have her name, but it was really cool. It was Lord of the Rings told through the lens of Imperial China, which was really, really interesting, and it kind of spawned the genesis of the idea for this game. It's been a lot of fun running this so far. I'm very excited to finally get here. So I think we're going to do introductions here in just a second, and then we'll get things started. But before we do, I'm going to give the same warning that I give on the beginning of all of my games, and that is if mature subject matter and foul language are things that bother you, then this is not a good channel for you to spend time on. You should go find something else. But if those things are fine, then you're in the right place. What else? Okay, I'm going to pass things over now so that my players can tell you who they are, where you might be able to find them on the internet, plug anything that they would like to, and then, yeah, we're going to get this ball rolling. So we're going to start with Ryan.
Hey, it's Ryan. I'm back again. I'm playing Yamaguchi Kenji. He is a Dragon Clan samurai. I'm wearing my mourning for the inevitable deaths of all of our party members. Wearing all black today, but we're going to do this in good old fashion. We're going to have a good time. Thank you all for joining in, and I'm excited to get this going.
Yeah, man, absolutely. I've been really, really happy to have you here on the channel for this game, and I'm sure it won't be the last time, but it might be the last time for this character. All right, next up, we've got Jason.
Wait, we're all gonna die? No one told me about that. No, I'm just kidding. Yes, I am Jason Osorio. Again, very eager to see how this finale plays out. I will be playing Guan of the Shuzen family, another Dragon Clan samurai of the Miramoto to Heaven School, the eldest member of the group, I assume. And yeah, this is going to be very interesting. I'm curious to see all the twists and turns because I have a feeling this probably won't be as straightforward as we're thinking. But I am very eager to see how events pan out.
Yeah, I'm eager to see how it turns out also, because we all know how best laid plans go, especially once players get a hold of them. So we'll see. All right, next up is Baron.
Hello, everyone. I'm Baron. You can find me here at least once a month, usually. Outside of that, today I am playing Hida Ikoma of Crab Clan, a stalwart guardian of this border between us and the realm of shadow.
Hell yes. All right. Next up is Karen.
Sorry, having trouble with my mouse, was not finding the right button. So
Yep.
here we are.
We're dealing with tech issues today, so that's par for the course.
I'm Karen, as we've already established, also known as Mything Gears. You can find me here on this channel as often as I can get on here, and over at Mini Terrain Domain every Monday and every other Tuesday. So that's where I'm at. Tonight I get to play Tachibana Satoma. I can't even do my own name, Satomi. She is of the Phoenix clan. Not a samurai, but you know, there's always got to be one in the party, I guess, right? Cannot wait to, spoilers, everyone, die at the end. It's going to be so much fun with that. I can't wait. I'm so looking forward to this game. Anyway, I'll pass it back to you.
Yes, I am very, very eager to see the conclusion of this. Not Or that sounded way weird. No, I am looking forward to telling the end of this story. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I hope. All right, last but certainly not least, we have Craig.
Hi, can you hear me all right? Okay. I'm Craig. Also online, you'll see me mostly in the comments at MTD. Doghammer13. This is my first time with Jeremy. I am playing Ito, the younger brother to Satomi. And I'm looking forward to the conclusion as well.
Oh yeah, dude. I'm glad that you're able to join us, Craig, even if your internet is shitting the bed. Again, sorry you're dealing with that, man. It's always a frustration.
Yeah, it's all right.
But we're going to make it fun, I hope. Fun dying. So, what else? Oh, there will be non-official rules that we're using for the conclusion of this battle. So if you are a huge, die-hard Legend of the Five Rings fan, then, well, sorry, Buttercup. All right. Let's do this. Oh, there is one more thing that I wanted to mention. Unfortunately, for one of the pieces of art that I'm going to be using in this session, I could not find what I was looking for anywhere. So it is a piece of AI generated art that I found. It's not one that I generated myself, and I don't like AI art, but for this case, I made an exception. So with that being said, let's do this. You feel the toil, the feverish pace of the last few days of work has taken on your body. The darkness of the southwestern sky has steadily deepened as you toiled beneath its encroaching reach. The part of yourself that has been darkening along with it tells you the coming storm carries more than rain. The enemy approaches. The soft glow of a lantern appears in the darkness near the edge of Hoshijosai. Flame hidden behind a veil of paper as it moves swiftly along. Drawing closer, we recognize it as a Toro Nagashi, a floating lantern upon the great river. On its raft, it carries a small bundle wrapped in blue silk. The water moves it into the flooded parts of the lower city, as if directed by the kami. And as the first drops of rain begin to fall, its lantern, too, goes dark. A rolled piece of paper falls from the lantern's platform and into the water, where it opens to reveal letters smeared with ink and blood. It is a death poem. Home is behind, the world ahead, and there are many paths to tread. Through shadow to the edge of night, until the stars are all alight. Mist and shadow, cloud and shade, all shall fade. All shall fade. We find ourselves once again in the broken remnants of a once splendid city, Hoshijosai. It has seen its fair share of wars since it was founded. But as you look out over the city, it's hard to imagine that this city will ever recover from what is currently going on. Somewhere within yourself, you have the understanding, the realization that you may not see the end of this conflict. I believe, Satomi, that there was a scene that you were wanting to have with Jabuna. So, where are we when that scene opens?
So I think we're in a small room, probably just maybe one of the side buildings of in the palace grounds. And Satomi is treating some wounds of Jabuna. Are you all right, my lord?
It is healing, I think, but slowly, not as quickly as I'd like for it to.
And I think there's a look of like concern on her face. And I think she would at that point kind of summon some of the energy around and try to give him some like, I guess life force, if you will, to help aid in his recovery, knowing that the next few days are going to be key to this whole situation that they find themselves in. And I think at one point, her hands probably start to tremble a little bit as she is tending his wounds, knowing that this, like what they face tomorrow, is pretty grim, and that he's going to be right there in the middle of it all.
I only wish that my father were here to see the success that we have managed here. The defenses that we have raised with so few, with so little at our disposal.
I am sure he's looking on with pride at what you have accomplished here.
Pride is something that my father reserves for my brother.
And yet, it is you here, and not your brother.
I wish that were not the case. But, and he kind of like reaches out and puts his hand on yours. There are some things that are worth being here for.
I think she just looks up at him, eye contact, and just smiles. And I think with the one hand that is free, she reaches up and she kind of cups his cheek. You and I are tied by the red string of fate, and we will hang on to each other. And this cannot be broken. We will get through this.
And kind of smiles, but you can see that it's not something he's entirely convinced of. He reaches up and again touches your hand kind of at the side of his face. And he says, "You have saved me, Satomi. More than once. And I regret only that perhaps I did not show you enough how much I appreciate what you have done for me. But to be honest, I do not think that there will be any saving today.
And I think there's just kind of like that, that smile, that sorrowful smile, as they both know it's kind of true that this could be their last. It's like, if that is the case, wait for me. I will find you in the next life.
He looks to you and manages nothing more than just a few nods of his chin. And you both hear a voice from outside of the sliding door kind of clear its throat to announce their presence.
I think at that there's a quick resetting of propriety. She's back on her own area, and she doesn't look towards the door, but she's now like cleaning up some of the supplies that she had here.
After a second, Jabuna says, "Enter." There's the door slides open, and a person sat kind of on their knees, on their haunches, kind of bows and says, "Forgive me, but we thought that you should see this." And the attendant enters, carrying a bundle of blue silk that is saturated. He lays it down on the tatami mat in front of Jabuna, and then bows and retreats out of the room. Jabuna kind of stares down at it for a while, and kind of looking at it, you realize that this is the same fabric that Jabuna's like official uniform is made out of. Only this has been soaked in blood and is dirtied.
I think
He stares
there's
at it for a long time. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, there's a kind of an inhale of breath as she looks to Jabuna's face to see his reaction to the bundle.
He is, like, most of the color has drained out of his face. He stares at this thing as if he already knows what it is. He finally manages to reach out a hand, though you can see his hand trembles, and he grabs the corner of the blue cloth and peels it open, and inside you see a conch. This shell is the Ishinotochi no Horugai, and it is split in half. Jabuna opens this cloth and doesn't move. Doesn't say anything for a long time. Then he finally reaches down and picks up the two broken halves of this war horn. And he simply utters, "Kinjitsuna is dead." His brother, the prince of Ishinotochi, is slain.
I'm so sorry.
And I think Jabuna simply collapses into a heap, a sobbing mess, with the news of the death of his brother.
I think we see Satomi goes to him and holds him while he sobs.
And that, I think, is a scene. Okay. Preparations have been made. You have built the defenses as best as you can for what is to come. The storm has finally reached you. The winds have picked up. The rain is falling. It's not quite typhoon, but it is approaching that level of wind and weather. You know, before long, that the attack will come. So, before it does, what do we find the other four of you doing? How are you preparing yourself in these final moments?
I think Guan is actually scouring the area where the militia is quartered, looking for Ikoma, the young crab. We'll try to find him as he is pelted with rain.
You would find Ikoma inside and alone for once. Usually I've been interacting with someone, going to meet someone, so have you. But as of right now, I am alone. I'm drinking some tea. It's nothing formal, just a steaming pot and a small cup.
I think as Guan sort of sees this tent that you're in, maybe gets some directions from some soldiers, and he opens it, he sees you by yourself. He takes a breath, and then he will enter the tent and just quietly say, young Ikoma, do you, I do not mean to interrupt, do you have a moment?
For you, Guan-san, of course.
You are very kind. And he will move, I think you said you were at like a small like table or something like that. He'll move to the other side and sit in the chair opposite to you. And I think you see, like, although Guan has always been, like I said before, the eldest member of this little troop that has recently arrived in Hoshijosai, he looks somehow even older, more withered than he did when you first encountered him as our party was coming together and making this journey to the ruined city. And he sits, his armor and his katana and his wakizashi clattering as he says, so, I wanted to ask, as a proud member of the Crab Clan, you have, I imagine, some knowledge of defenses, especially against the Shadow. How do you rate our chances uh, as far as withstanding the attack to come?
He looks at you kind of puzzled. Why do you mean this as a test?
No, simply asking your opinion.
Kind of was taken aback, I guess, really. Not expecting someone of your stature to ask for my opinion. Well, he starts hopeful and it kind of like shoots up and falls. If you're scared, I would leave.
I think when you say that, you see it's odd because again, Guan has always presented this very congenial, very warm, very confident demeanor. But when you say, if you're scared, I believe it. I think you see something in his eyes shift, and his shoulders sag, and he kind of glances towards the flap of your tent for a moment before looking back to you, and he says, "Ikoma, can I?" Starts rubbing his hands together. Can I tell you a story? A short one, I promise.
As long as you can promise that it's short, we don't have much time.
You should not think me a teller of cheap tales, young Crab Clan. I am mostly honest when I tell my stories. He chuckles a little, but again, I think you hear again this like weird, strained quality as he says, when I was 16, still learning the ways of the Bushido and the Bushido code, I was apprenticed to a great Dragon Clan samurai, my master, Asuka Hanzo, a pinnacle of everything a samurai could hope to be. And I will admit, the man was more a father to me than Shuzen Jin, my own father, ever was. He taught me much and more. I remember during this particular day, we were traveling from somewhere to somewhere else, as people often do. I don't quite remember where or why, but I do remember the ogre, touched by the taint of the Shadowlands that burst out from the overgrowth as we traveled along the road and attacked us. Master Hanzo, of course, leapt into action, and I did so as well, but like a midge being swatted aside by a horse's tail, I was knocked halfway through a tree, nearly stunned senseless. But my master, with exquisite skill, was able to fatally wound the beast. Unfortunately, as with many of the monsters of the shadow, it did not have the courtesy to die. Instead, it became enraged. And there's this pause, and I think, again, you see the color, what little color there is, drain from Guan's face as he says, in its rage, its death throes, it ripped my master's arms out of their sockets and beat him to death with them. The sounds he made, Ikoma, he did not even sound human by the time the beast finally died. I had never thought of my own mortality before that day, not seriously. But when I picked up his blade and he touches the Akai Udadesu, the red song, when I picked up his blade from his body, a seed was planted, and I am afraid, Ikoma. I thought at my age I would welcome death as an old friend. But I do not. I fear it terribly. And he trails off, just sort of staring into the middle distance, just clutching his hands tightly, and you see that they are shaking visibly.
I produce a second cup and pour a glass of tea. I slide it across the table. I don't really slide it, I like shift it across the table to you. Guan. My father is dead. My older brother is dead. My mother will more than likely never see me again. But if we leave, if we falter in the face of death, the Shadowlands, the Dark One himself, they are at risk. And I simply cannot allow that, and not while I draw breath at the very least. I know in my heart that I am meant for great things. I just don't know how many of those things I have left to do.
That is both comforting and deeply upsetting. He kind of reaches out with a trembling hand and he grabs the tea, takes a sip. Will you do me a favor, Ikoma, of the Hida clan?
I will do what I can.
And I will not ask you to swear an oath or make a promise, but if it seems that I might shame my clan, my family, myself in the battle that is coming, I want you to stop me by any means necessary. Because you are right. We cannot falter in the face of the shadow, and you and the others, even that grieving boy who is hurting so badly that he inflicts his pain on everyone else. You all do not need a liability. If it seems I will falter, if you can, I ask that you stop me.
I don't think Ikoma says anything. He just kind of like looks at you. It's a nod.
Yeah, I think that's enough. He'll drain the tea, set it down, inclines his head. Thank you for the tea, Ikoma. I think Master Hanzo would have liked you a great deal if the two of you ever crossed paths. He sort of rises stiffly, not necessarily looking better, but at least a little more centered. And unless there's anything else, he will nod to you again and then start to walk out of the tent and into the rain.
Ikoma's attention is back on his tea.
I think during said downtime, as everyone is preparing, some sort of, I guess, truths of the situation. It's always been dire for Kenji. Kenji has always known that the odds are stacked very against this group, this mission. It is very much don't know what the apropos. Hail Mary isn't what you would say in feudal Japan, right? But it's very like the resources aren't here to really defend this as it should be. And whether that is through any fault of the lords of the clans or the emperor himself, there's just this whole bit of he understands that no matter what, this is the last stand of all of us here. So he's been pondering and meditating and taking in all the information that we've been given, and he only has one sort of answer in his heart, right? And so he takes the that wrapped katana shaped thing that he's been carrying around this entire time. And he lays it out in front of him, and he unwraps these old cloths to reveal this scabbard of this very dark blade, and it's wrapped with all of these sealing talismans. And he holds the piece of cloth that he keeps rubbing and sort of talking about, and he says, like he holds it close and he goes, Makino, forgive me. And he takes the time and he wraps it on his right arm. And he takes his wakizashi and he cuts the sealing talismans on the scabbard. And he pulls out and he picks it up. And it's, like I said, this very torn, worn scabbard. The hilt is almost like bone colored as he pulls out this blade of obsidian, this katana. And he knows that his family has kept this blade under protection. They have not used it. He knows that this blade is tainted purely by the Shadowlands. But he knows that this blade, why it has been in his family, is for something like this. This is the moment why they would keep it protected. and he looks at its sort of jagged edge where it looks like it could not hold any razor sharpness, but he has no doubt that this is a blade that would sear through enemy and uh, ally alike. And he resheaths it back in. And he puts it with his other katana. And he kind of gets up, knowing that he has a path, and that this path is led him here. And he leaves the tent to look for the others to ready a position that would set him um, for his sort of like his mission. So
I think that Ito would have been outside listening to Satomi and her exchange. I think he would have waited for her to come out, and he would have like stood in the darkness, and as she passed, he would say, "You know, I've hated you for so long. Father always preferring you, always giving you everything that I should have had, and I never understood. And you knew that I was angry about it. And yet, every time you would take me aside and you would speak to me and you would coax the hate back out of me time and time again. And I hated you for that. But I see I've been a fool, or I didn't realize that you were an actual person. I just thought you were my sister. And it was the dragon who rode by me on that horse to remind me that you are just a person and that you deserve everything that should come to you. And whether it's that love or if your attention, if this man deserves your attention, then he deserves my respect. And I apologize for not giving you that respect. But the relationship between me and you don't need Father's directions for his orders to protect you, because I would do it on my own, because you have always been there for me. And I know that. And it takes times like these to understand that. So I will be there for you. And I will protect you. And I will give my last blood to make sure that you get the love that you deserve. And I would, even though she wouldn't like it, I would give her a big hug. And I would heavy sigh. But I must speak to this man, or I know secrets of you that he should know. Like how after you eat beans, you smell like the animal pens in the middle of the summer. And I'll smile at her and I'll kind of laugh and I'll go to get my armor and stuff on.
right. Beautiful scenes, everyone. So, being in this place over the last several days, preparing, like I said, working from sunup to sundown, some of you having to physically help dig ditches, move pieces of stone that are enormous, all under the presence of this encroaching storm, has definitely taken its toll on you. Once again, all of you are going to have your shadow points increased by 1, unless you have a finger of jade in which it can become damaged, or if it is already damaged, you can choose to have it become destroyed.
Boo. Boo earns.
Is anybody
Sorry,
doing so?
everyone was
No?
sad.
How dare
Right.
you make this death game harder, Jeremy?
Exactly.
This is
Guan is now at a 2. Ikoma goes from a 3 to a 4. Ito from a 0 to a 1. Satomi from a 3 to a 4. Kinji from a 1 to a 2. Okay. The morale in Hoshijosai is one of solemnity. There is not a lot of hope to be found here. It seems as though everybody understands the writing on the wall, if you will. But everybody also showed up to work today. So, we're going to get to it. This is going to be the town defense execution phase that we're going to enter. So, I'm going to go ahead and switch things over to our town defense screen. We're going to track time. Again, using the same marker that we did last time. This time, however, it is tracking how long that it takes for the Black Inked Cabal to complete their task and get the scroll extracted and out of here. So your job is going to be to try to work this clock down, to diminish it. There will be things that will be adding time back on the clock. It's not necessarily rewinding time, it's just a fluid kind of like, what's the word I'm looking for? Abstract measure, if you will. Okay. Your bonus successes on any of the checks that you're making throughout this phase, you can apply to remove time off of this clock. Or you'll have ways to spend it otherwise, such as the way you can normally spend it, or you can also spend it to take dice away from me whenever I go to roll at the end of the turn. The enemy is going to be attacking multiple locations at once in the beginning. So what I need from each one of you, and as a group also, is to decide where each character and where each unit is beginning the battle. I think we already have most of the archers and militia stationed, but as far as like the engineers, the Shugenja, and your group, we need to figure that out.
I thought we had the Shugenja somewhere.
I thought we had them at the
they're at the
gate
palace.
Start.
You want to leave them at the palace for the battle?
I thought we were putting them in a gatehouse, like I thought Ryan was saying. I think
In the gatehouse, perfect.
Gatehouse
Yes.
Stars, yeah.
Okay,
Um,
awesome.
I don't know about the engineers. I don't know where we ended up putting.
Bridge.
So far they are at the same places where they did the work.
Okay, I mean, there's no combat effectiveness. Do we want to pull them back somewhere?
Would
Has
they be
the-
helpful in demolishing the last part of the bridge? Like, do we need them there to do that?
Is that something they could
You
do,
need
Jeremy?
someone there.
Okay.
So either a PC or at least one unit of them is going to have to remain there to trigger the trap.
Question. I was actually wondering about this the other day. So does Omofune Bridge, where does it, like, what does it connect to? What is that little marker directly behind it? I can't read the writing.
Kukichio's Lament.
Okay.
That is the one where it's a broken
Decoys.
hole in the wall where you establish decoys.
Got it. I mean, if you guys are okay with it, I'm not opposed to just having maybe one group of engineers at the bridge to collapse it and then maybe pulling the rest back since they're not going to be useful in a fight.
Yeah, I guess that was the
It's-
question. Are they useful in a fight?
Are they able to do anything? What
Which-
are they besides engineers? I mean,
Yeah, they have no combat effectiveness.
Civvies.
They are
Knowledgeable
literally civil
civvies, but
engineers.
civvies. Yeah.
I guess we just need to cover them. They just need to break the bridge and then head to the palace, or they need to get out of town.
I think Guan would not be opposed to being with the regiment of engineers that's going to collapse the bridge. I think he would be maybe guiding them to fall back to Hayashida Market because that has our hidden tunnel back to the Gatehouse of Stars. That's kind of my general plan.
Okay. So Guan and one group of engineers is staying at Omofune Bridge.
And I'm going to take 3 points of stress because that is a obvious risk of his life. And he's afraid of death. Who would have thunk?
I think because we know that the dock market is flooded with caltrops and oil, I believe.
Right.
And we have what, archers there?
Yes.
I think that is pretty protected. We have decoys at the Lament,
Mhm.
and I think Kenji understands like that isn't going to necessarily fully stop anyone. I think maybe in a way too, he would do his best to maybe try to force the enemy through there, knowing that it is dangerous terrain, things like that. So I think he's going to be down there. And then if he has to retreat, he can go to the Gate of the Sun and maybe back up Gate of the Moon if necessary.
Okay.
yeah, I can only see like when people talk, so I can't really see the. I have the horse and the bow proficient. So if you need me going in between spots, and then I have a pole arm as well as the katana, so I can be a harasser or a on the horse, making sure that they're going the correct way and directing them by annoying them. Yeah. So whatever you guys want me at, I'm perfectly fine with that. Sorry, I just can't see the
Yeah.
Oh
screen.
no. Yeah,
You're all
you
good.
definitely then do not want
'Cause
to
I-
be south of the gates. Because I think everything is confined, and I don't know if a horse gets through that rules wise.
Yeah, and I don't want to take my horse over the caltrop. So.
Fair. So I mean, we might want to have Ito
But
between.
I am game for whichever. I'm a soldier, so if the crab wants me somewhere, then direct me there, and I am all for
Yeah.
support.
I was gonna say yeah.
But I do have the horse to
Oh,
for
it's-
mobility.
I'm with it.
Yeah, so we probably want to avoid anything that has like the entangling terrain because that's going to make it harder for you to move
Right,
with
right.
the horse. So I'm trying to see
Yeah.
where else you want to be.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, I'm stuck. No.
Yeah, that would suck. You have the what is it, R-Tax, the R-Tax moment from Neverending Story. No, my boy.
I'm gonna try to
Jason,
log
it's
back
already
on while I'm on
sad,
my
man.
phone.
What are we doing?
Listen, man, you got to pile it on. This is my jam, dude.
So, Gate of the Moon is open.
Mhm.
So that could potentially even make the horse more effective.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think it's a terrible idea.
Confining, open and recessed. Hayashida Market is also opened, but it is recessed.
Well, and that's kind of a central area, right, Jeremy? Hayashida Market.
Mm-hmm.
So, like,
Yeah.
maybe to your point, Craig, like if you needed to write out and kind of go and help other folks in other places, that could be a good starting point for you. Is at the market?
Oh, yeah, like I said, I just can't see to help strategize. So just tell me where you guys want me, and I'm there.
What do you think, Baron?
You're muted, buddy.
I know that we have Archer, like you were saying that the Toyota Dark Market is pretty covered. I think I'm still going to position myself there because it seems like that's the other spot kind of down by the river. And if we've got Guan at the gate or at the bridge ready to detonate, I think we should still definitely have eyes on the other main entrance from the river.
Is
So I
that
wanna
what
be over there.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hey, what we could use the engineers for is visual scouts. So if something is breaking down at one spot, then relaying information, either that or runners, to basically let us know if numbers and breakdown of defenses.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Jeremy, but we have like unlimited messengers during this
Correct.
phase, right? So they can
Yeah,
kind of
that's what I was
that'll
gonna
help us
ask.
at least with that.
Yeah.
My only concern about sending the engineers anywhere apart from the bridge is that if they get caught, they're basically all dead. You know what I mean? Which would be fine.
Right.
We're all going to be dead anyway, but still. Yeah,
I actually meant after the bridge goes, though.
got it. Well, yeah, I was thinking
So
Guan would leave
once their
those guys back to the market.
Once their effectiveness is done, that's what I meant.
Yeah, I think Guan was going to lead them back to Hayashida Market, since that has our connection back to the Gatehouse of the Stars.
I was going to say, for everyone at home, it's okay if we die, but if NPCs die, that's no good.
That's no good. What about you, Karen? Where are you thinking of going?
I was trying to figure that out. I was thinking I would be at the bridge too to help knock it off, but
I mean, if you want to go there instead of Guan would not argue with that at all, and would instead go back to Hayashida Market.
I mean, totally honest, I want to be at the bridge. If you want to be at the Kyoto Dock entrance, since we're already pretty heavy there.
There can be more than one of you at one location as well. Just to
Right.
I know, but it seems like the most.
Let you know.
Jeremy,
combat.
we want 5 different battles going on with 5 different people. Because hopefully you'll get confused and we might live. No, I'm just kidding. Okay.
I just don't think Ikoma would suspect that Guan's going to die in the first 10 minutes of the battle. So I don't think he would want to be in the same spot as Guan.
Yeah. I'm not opposed to Guan just holding Hayashida Market and then someone else taking the bridge. Karen, if you would like to do that, or Baron, if you want to do that, and then
I
have
would like
Karen
the bridge. We just need someone to light these things on fire at the dock. I'm sure the archers could do it, but I think it would be better if a person.
Do you want to do that, Karen? Are you cool with that?
And like I said, I can be down there with the horse too to get us out of there.
Yeah, my only thing is I'm better if I'm in an elevated position rather than being on the ground because I cannot fight.
Right. Well, and it also has the confining traits, like your fancy magic stuff with long range isn't
it won't help.
It's gonna increase the
Well,
TN.
Like I said, I can be down there to light stuff on fire then too. But like I said, I've got the mobility.
Okay. So maybe you go to the Kyoto Dock Market, and then Karen, is there another place that you were eyeballing?
I mean, I think her most effective places would be the bridge and then the market.
Okay. So we could
So-
have 2 people at the bridge.
I'll be right back. I can hear you.
Because
Come on, Bomanos.
Everybody, let's go.
We're all going to the bridge.
so Kenji is going to be at the lament long enough for it to stall, but he plans on moving to where, like, he can be the most efficient, right?
Yeah.
If he can't fight in the lament because of the dangerous terrain, but he can get them like stuck in it, then he's probably going to move to another area, just allowing people to know, hey, they're here. Because I know this is just a visual map. It's not like, oh yeah, the bridge is right here and the lament's right there. It's like kind of the bridge is an entrance, the lament is an entrance, and the dock market is an entrance from the river. And the home of Ujitoma.
Todo Ujio.
Yeah, that was another question I had. If we were at the bridge, you said we can only like move one place
Mhm.
after each skirmish. Is the only place to go from the bridge to the lament, or does the bridge connect to someplace else?
No. So yeah, Omofune Bridge connects to Kokichio's Lament only.
Okay.
And then Kokichio's Lament connects to the bridge, the home of Todo Ujio, and the Gate of the Sun.
We would have to go bridge, lament.
And then yeah, either Gate of the Sun or home of Todo Ujio to then get to the market.
Yeah, so I don't think Satomi it'd be good at the bridge, to be honest, because that's just too
Okay.
far.
Yeah, it's a lot of movement to get anywhere decent.
Yeah.
Then maybe
So
you can,
I'll leave that for Ikoma then, if that's where you'd
I
like
think
to be.
Ikoma's plan is to detonate the bridge and immediately try to file backwards with these engineers until I become effective again.
Smart. That's smart.
Yeah,
use of
and
those
that's-
folks.
Kenji at the lament is going to cover to make sure you get to there.
Because
you
like
gotta
as soon
come
as
up
I can
through.
disengage, like once we have more avenues to traverse where I can like engineers go this way and we engage this way, I don't give a fuck about them. They can get
I
it
don't
done.
give a fuck about them.
But where it's this one corridor, I might as well cover them effectively.
So
Then we
Karen,
c-
where are you thinking Satomi will start? Because I think we have starting positions for everybody but Satomi right now.
I know, I'm thinking that maybe the last stand. I know it's not the greatest place to be. I kind of want to be by the water first, but it's either that or the home. No place is really good.
Yeah,
I mean,
this
'cause they're all
city's fucked up, man.
entangled.
well, Karen, you as a
Isn't there
Shugenja
an elevated position at the market?
with the archers in the water and the flooded and the caltrops and the oil, like,
But it's not. I'm sorry, carry on. Yeah.
I mean, they're still going to be mired up. Even if you're not getting a bonus to your TN, you're still going to be firing at them. And they're going to be like sludging through all of that. Plus you have fireballs and there's oil. You know what I mean? I think maybe, you could be at the market and then go back to the last stand
Yeah.
if you wanted to be near the water. Because it's bridge lament is one way and the dock is the other way. So we just have archers over there. We don't have a person.
Yeah,
that
I'll go to the dock. That was the other place I was thinking of starting. I'm worried about the confining, but we will
Right.
just deal with that.
Well, and you'll have Ito there because I think Ito was talking about starting there too. So hopefully the 2 of you will be able to get out if something happens. So I think this is what we got.
If you're starting there, Ito, you might not want to have your horse there. If maybe your horse is waiting for you at the Gate of the Moon.
That'd be smart.
Whichever. Like I said, it's just I just want to use it for mobility.
Mm-hmm.
And I have it. Why not use it?
Okay. Perfect. So we have Guan at Hayashida Market, Ikoma at Omofune Bridge, Satomi and Ito at Koyota Dock Market, and Kinji at Kikicho's Lament. All right. The engineers, we have one starting at Omofune Bridge, one at Hayashida Market, and the other is at the home of Todo Ujio still, or are we putting them somewhere else.
Want to send them back to the gatehouse? Since they're not going to be good with combat, makes sense to me.
Yeah.
So you might put that third group back at the gatehouse, Jeremy? Gatehouse of the Stars?
Okay. Yep.
Because if the engineers have done everything they need to be, I don't think they need to be on the battlefield.
I mean, will they, like, Jeremy, could one of our checks be like, oh, hey, engineers, collapse a gate or something, you know, in the heat of battle? Is that something that they could do, or would that
Sure.
basically be sending them to their deaths?
Oh,
I mean,
Sacrifice yourselves for me.
For
the-
me!
the two are not mutually exclusive.
Your deaths are a sacrifice I am willing to make.
I think one of the gates had the doors like halfway off. They could collapse those on the oncoming.
Yeah, they are on the ground, bent over, kind of like at a right angle from where they would be normally.
So it's not really smushing nobody.
Not necessarily. The hinges are still kind of connected on the bottom where they've been like bent over, and they're forming kind of like a funnel in the doorway, if you will.
This is the Gate of the Sun, Jeremy?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I got it. I got an idea. We just send them both to the gatehouse of Shimada Gate. And once we have gone all the way to the gatehouse of the stars, they collapse Shimada Gate.
I mean, that works for me. I'm not opposed to that.
Because the other gates, I don't think they were. One door was set, so we couldn't close it. That's why we did the pitfalls and the traps. We've set up the militia. I think if everyone else is on board, we just have them ready at Shimada Gate. It was one final just kind of stall tactic, and then we can make our if we make it that far, we make our final stand at the Gatehouse of the Stars, and by then I really hope that they've gotten that scroll out of there, so help me.
Do you mean Hayashida Market, which is right before the Gatehouse of the Stars? They'll collapse that and then withdraw to the Gatehouse of the Stars, because we have that hidden passage that connects the two.
Is Shimada Gate?
Yeah, I think he was saying Shimada Gate.
The direct.
That's the one that's still standing, that has like heaps of Onikai bodies outside of it.
Right. Is that directly connected to the Gatehouse of the Stars, or is that?
It is. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then that makes sense. We could put two of them there.
Because then we could collapse it even before we need to, because we can then use the secret tunnel from
Hayashida Market.
Hayashida Market. It's a little blurry. I can't. I'll read it. I got this.
The text is so small, Jeremy.
I know.
No.
Trying to be thematic.
You did terrific, man.
You did.
Thank you. Okay,
We're just
so
blind.
taking the unit of engineers from Hayashida Market and putting them also at Shimada Gate, or leaving them where they are for the moment?
I think we're moving two of them to Shimada Gates, one of them to the bridge, and that's it.
All right, let me grab.
They could close that secret tunnel once we're through it too, so they can't find the secret tunnel.
Your token.
We've rigged this entire city full of explosives.
The guy from Atlantis with the match in his mouth, he likes the dynamite.
I made a bridge. Took like 11 seconds.
Boom.
Good old Vinny.
Yep, there you go. That's it.
The evil midnight bomber. What bombs at midnight from the Tick? Bombs, baby.
Okay. So I think we're ready. Yeah. All right. And so it begins. The rain begins to fall, and we're going to get this started. Okay, each location will become increasingly harder to hold. The TN is going to increase as reinforcements arrive. Once a location is considered overrun, each character and unit that is present is going to have to make a choice to either fall back, which is to move to an adjacent location, or to stand your ground, which means that we will enter a skirmish scene and basically see how long you can last. All right. Are there any pressing, burning questions before we pull the trigger on this? No.
The Gate of the Moon. What is it
Yes.
connected to?
The Gate of the Moon is connected to Kyuzo's Last Stand and Kyoto Dock Market. Oh, as well as the Gate of the Sun.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Here we go. Omofune Bridge, Kyoto Dock Market, and the home of Todo Yujio are the first targets to be hit. And they will be hit simultaneously. What that's going to mean is that we're going to go one round at a time to each one, and there is no movement between them. Other than, like, for your messengers. Okay. So, we're going to start with a bang with Omofune Bridge. So, I believe we have Ikoma that is currently there. So for each one of these scenes, what I'm going to need you to do is, if there are more than one PCs present, we're going to have to select a primary roller for at least, the scene, or the first turn. Anybody else there may assist, which I think the rules for assisting are on 216?
Page 26.
That's not right. 26 is probably more right. That sounds about more like the part of the book that it was in. But effectively, if you are trained in the same skill that the person is using, then you can give them a skill die. If you are not, then you give them a ring die. And the person who is rolling gets to keep an extra die whenever they tally up their successes. Okay. So Omofune Bridge is first. So we see Omofune Bridge crosses the river connecting the two halves of this once great city. When Hoshijosai was attacked last year, every bridge in the city had been destroyed, all but the Omofune Bridge. Now it remains the only physical connection to the southern portion of the city claimed by the shadow. While the waters of the great river look calm to the unobservant, it runs wide and deep and possesses a sweeping current. This has entangling and recessed as its terrain qualities. So, the TN to hold the bridge is normally going to start at a 2, but you have a surprise in store. So, what I would like is for you, Ikoma, to tell me how we see the rank and file of this army marching forward. What it's going to look like as you trigger this trap. To set the scene a little, you heard this thunderous noise coming, approaching, thinking it was part of the storm, and then you realized that it was the sound of drums. And now you can clearly see that there are trolls that they have amongst their number who are carrying enormous taiko drums that are beating out the rhythm for this army to march to. And you hear their armored, booted feet hitting the far side of the bridge as they begin to cross into this portion of the city. What do you do?
Weather and time of day are my questions.
It is hammering down rain.
Of course it is.
Time of day,
It
morning,
doesn't matter. It's fucking
but
raining.
it is raining and dark.
We're probably, I think Ikoma, he is like up high, some sort of vantage point where he can look out at this approaching annihilation. And I imagine they have rigged like the fire lines of the explosives to run back to the central point. And it's kind of this alcove. I imagine the buildings around us are dilapidated or destroyed in some fashion. Like we've got some guy who's like huddled over the other dude so he can like try and get this to light. And you know, Tacoma's already given the order. Like they're halfway across the bridge at this point. You know, they're booted feet just smashing a tone that mimics the drums. It's all just pounding cacophonous noise. And you know, the guy's like, spark it, you have to spark. You know, and the fire line takes off. And I mean, I don't want to jump the gun and say that we blow the bridge if he had something more planned, but that's what I'm doing is I'm watching these guys and it's like there's a fire in Ikoma's heart as his hand white knuckles the edge of his swords. We're gonna kill some Onikai.
Excellent. And as you're waiting for this fuse to burn and run its length, you get a good look, probably not for the first time, I would imagine, in Hide Ikoma's life, but you get a good solid look at the Onikai as they are marching across this bridge. And you can see decorating their back are these, they're not really mons, but they are used as mons. And you see the heads that decorate each of these individuals carried as trophies. And it's entirely possible that you might even recognize a few of them. The fuse sizzles and burns despite the pounding rain, and we follow it as it snakes along the ground and then disappears beneath the bridge. There's a long moment of nothing. Everybody holds their breath. And then there's a tremendous sound as fire and stone are thrown into the air, and Onikai are scattered into the river, onto the far bank, back into their own ranks. There is complete chaos as this fireball is unleashed and the bridge is sundered. So the TN to hold this bridge has now been set to 1. What I would like from you, Ikoma, is build a defense of this place, if you are intending to build a defense of this place. Describe that to me. Build a dice pool and then roll it.
What can I do? Actually, I'll give you that, but I'll ask what I can do with the bonus successes after.
The bonus successes can be spent either to take dice away from my dice pool or to take time away from the clock.
Okay, so
It's one success equals 5 points, and there's 100 increments. 100
so if I build
points.
a dice pool, does that mean I'm staying here and fighting? At least for the round?
So you can determine whether you are making a tactical retreat or not. That can be a part of your description of what's going on here. But if you do fall back, then the position will be considered overrun. It will be considered lost.
Gotcha. So I need to find, like, I guess, like if I choose to stay, is it like, all right, you've now locked in until you are defeated?
So it's more of a, you can choose to stay and try to hold it as long as you can, and then at some point there will be this point is lost. Like, you understand that it's overrun, and then you have to make a decision whether you want to stand your ground or fall back. But if you want to fall back early, you absolutely can.
This is a Ring of Water martial arts melee roll. So
Okay.
the TN was 1.
It is.
So, okay. I just rolled a shitload of dice. But
All right.
would the benefit of an exploding success, is I get to roll another die, but it comes with a strife. Like, I have 3 that are also just a success without a strife, but they're not exploding. So, like, I could just get the success. I guess I don't know what the benefit of exploding is beyond trying to get the success.
Yeah, trying to get another success. Or, an opportunity if you really want one, or what have you.
I have 3 successes.
Okay.
Plus, we have those additional successes on the bridge, right? Like,
that is also true. As long as you're in the same ring.
So you'd have to
which is
fire ring.
fire.
I have
for
to
here.
use fire.
Right.
Oh, that's not good because I'm not fire. I don't remember who was fire.
Okay, so 3 successes is still good.
I don't want to use those for me, but I could use those for time still. Or
as long as you're in the same ring. Yep.
We'll try it later.
Okay. All right, so that's 1 success to go towards defending the bridge, to holding this location. It means you have 2 bonus successes. You spending them both on the clock?
Yes.
Okay. So that puts you at a 10 out of 100 then. Okay. Let's see.
I think we see as this bridge explodes, there's a moment where the smoke clears. A Coma and his Crab Clan soldiers. I don't think it would just be me. I'm sure I have like a garrison of people with me. Maybe. I don't know. Jeremy, tell me otherwise.
They're few in number, but yes.
Well, we charge, and there's kind of like the uneven turf of like the floating pieces of bridge, and we kind of like hopping from these large chunks go out there and just like bash the Onikai off into the water as best we can. For now.
Absolutely. And they come swinging at you with their tainted Nadochi, as well as trying to fire their Yumi at you with their black fletched arrows. Okay, so now I have to roll. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Only some of them are able to engage in melee. So we open with infantry. Okay. 4. And what is at the bridge here again, as far as the location details that we have? We have recessed and entangling. Yeah. Movement and then martial ranged. Okay. And to hit you starts as a 2. I believe. The bonus. Okay, so I can keep 5. Oof, okay. there's a lot of strife. But oh no. 4, 5, that is 6 successes with a lot of strife. Okay. So that is definitely a hit, and I think they can spend bonus to increase the deadliness. So it is going to be damage to the amount of 5. It is razor edged. Okay. So
what does razor edge do?
let me see. It's on the katana as well.
If your armor were to bring the damage of a razor edged weapon to 0, like through damage reduction, it loses its like edge. So like if it's like razor edged, you're wearing your asaguri armor, that 4, if it hits that armor with the razor edged, if it doesn't break your armor and deal at least some damage, it like dulls, and I think it like reduces the damage. I forgot the second part, but the first part is that.
Let's see
So
here.
give me a sec. I'll look. It becomes damaged. So when you succeed an attack check that deals damage to a target using a razor-edged item, if the damage dealt is reduced to 0 before they defend, this item becomes damaged.
Okay. Gotcha. And then when you make an attack with it, you can spend opportunity, treat the deadliness of this weapon as 1 higher per opportunity spent. Okay. We did not have any opportunity. Okay, so it is damage of 5, and your armor does 4. Okay. So 1 point of fatigue goes through. Okay, yeah. You don't suffer critical strikes until way later. All right, so some of these Onikai are fighting back. They're getting up, half scorched and burnt, half limbs crushed from the falling debris of the bridge. But some of them are still intent on fighting this fight. And you clash blades with them. Okay. So you succeeded on holding the location. Normally, reinforcements would now arrive, which would increase the TN by 1. However, by collapsing the bridge, you have slowed that by a turn. So reinforcements will not increase. The TN will remain at 1 for the next time that we take a turn here. And yeah, so that is turn 1 for Omofune Bridge. Meanwhile, at the Kyoto Dock Market, we have the Tachibana siblings. So what I need from the two of you is be thinking about who is going to be the primary one to roll and who is going to be the assist this turn. But in the meantime, Kyoto Dock Market as the confining and also has the recessed condition. That was not one that you had realized while you were preparing, but it is present nonetheless. So while a character is within recessed terrain, the TN of each martial arts ranged check targeting them is reduced by 1 to a minimum of 1. At the GM's discretion, this benefit could extend to other ranged attacks such as invocations of Shugenja. So those of you in defensive positions are the ones that benefit from this, similar to elevated.
Sweet. Well, now
So-
I'm glad I'm there.
Although it was now mostly under several feet of water, you can now see the Kyoto dock market facilitated Hoshijosai becoming a thriving trade port. Even with the destruction wrought by the creatures that march beneath the banner of the White Hand, this place is choked with cargo, cranes, and other implements of commerce. The surrounding wall dividing the lower city from the docks would supply archers with ample opportunities to shoot any invaders who tried to navigate the chaotic disarray of discarded shipments. You have oil spread on the water here, and caltrops beneath the water. So those are going to impart the burning condition and the bleeding condition, respectively. Anybody who fights there.
So I have an invocation that could set the oil on fire and do damage to creatures. If you want me to take the primary on this one, unless you have a better thing. I'm assuming I'm standing up on the up there with the archers that we have.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I will be shooting arrows as well as we slow them down. So,
Are you also up on the walls?
however you want. I'm down on the horse.
You're on your horse?
Is that to move through the city, correct? Or are we
So-
going along the rooftops?
So no, yeah, you can do so whenever you go to leave, at least. But it
Okay.
is confined here, I believe. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Confined and
Confined and recessed. There are caltrops under the water here, and the oil is been spread on the water. So once it ignites, this entire place is going to become an inferno.
Okay. Yeah. So
You do not want to be down there
yeah,
on your
trigger's going to be up the
Okay.
way.
Well, Trigger could be waiting at the gate of the moon for you.
Yeah, he'll be up. Yeah, I will be standing up top, pelting with arrows as well.
Okay, excellent. So who's taking the lead?
If you don't mind, I will.
Yeah, go for it. I mean,
Okay. What skill are you
set
planning
this
on
bitch
using?
ablaze,
Karen?
sis.
I would like to actually do an invocation. So my skill would be theology, because I'm going to do be theology fire is what my stance would be.
Do you have any dice in theology, Ito?
Yeah.
Okay. Then you can use an extra skill die,
So I
Karen,
get
and keep an extra
skill
die. Correct.
So
One of the
that
white
is
ones.
lovely news.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let them approach first. Get them
Yeah. Exactly. I want to wait till they're
Yeah.
all waiting kind of in the water so that they're fighting the caltrops. And
Absolutely.
once they're in the water, then we'll light them on fire. I'm just
Okay.
my dice.
Then chaos.
You see the forces kind of gathering on the far bank. And at first you think maybe they're going to be putting rafts into the water and trying to come across that way. But then you too also see trolls that emerge from the darkness, and they are carrying like backpack type devices, almost similar to what like a peasant would carry like firewood in. And they are kind of sticking up above their head. And as they do so, these trolls step forward and step right into the river. And they go up to their chest and just wade across the river. And as they're moving, you can see these siege towers that they are carrying on their backs are filled with Onikai.
Wow.
Those bastards.
Great. Okay. So once they're within the water, I guess, and the oil is spreading, I'm going to use cleansing fire. Basically, Satomi kind of calls the energy and then releases this bursts of fire down into the entire dock market area. This one says as an attack action, TN1 theology fire check targeting everybody, each other character. So I don't know, I mean, how you want to write that, but it's basically everything. It's like a So I'm going to roll my lovely little dice pool.
Please do.
So, okay. So is my TN decreased by 1 because it's recessed? Or
Yes.
okay. But it's already a 1, so that's like
To a minimum of 1, yeah.
yeah. Okay, and I get to keep an extra to 3 plus 1, so I get to keep 4 dice. Okay. All the decisions to be made.
She says she likes Genesis.
I do. I love it. Okay. I think I'm just going to go for all the successes because that sounds like a thing that we want to do at the beginning here.
Okay, yeah.
So I've got 2 of them are exploding. So I will. So that's 4. Okay, I'll write this down. 4. And then roll 2 of them. Okay, so I have 5 successes, 2 strife, and 2 opportunity. Where?
Looking up what you want to do with your opportunity.
Yeah, so okay, so they also get a so if I succeed, you basically smite each target, blah 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 blah. So I don't know how you'll play this, but each target would suffer the dazed condition and then must resist with a TN 3 fitness check, 4 if they're in air stance, 1 if they're in water stance. Otherwise, they're going to take supernatural damage equal to my fire ring plus the shortfall and gain burning, which they're going to get. But I've got my 2 opportunities, and I'm going to use both of them to increase the TN of the checks to resist this effect by 1 per one. So it's going to increase it by 2.
Making it a 4?
Making it a 5 fitness check, or 6 if they're in air, 3 if they're in water. It's complicated.
All right.
Holy shnikes.
Oh, and
Fitness.
I'm in the fire stance. Oh, I'm in the fire stance. So my 2 strife also give me 2 extra bonus successes. So I'm at 5 successes.
Okay.
7 successes.
Oh my God, Karen. Settle down.
That was a nice roll.
No.
I know, so excited.
Holy shit. Wow.
I will take the strife.
All right, they're going to try to make this fitness check. Don't think they're gonna get there. 4. There's a 5 with an explosion. Back here. Okay, so it's just 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it was a TN 5.
Yeah, 2.
Yeah, they absolutely failed.
Okay, so then they all
dazed.
Yeah, well, they were dazed anyway. They get dazed.
Gotcha.
All of them get dazed to begin with. But any that failed will take 3 damage plus however short they were from their resistance, like the roll from the TN5. If they were like
Okay,
4,
they
they
had
would
4.
take an additional. Yeah.
Okay. So, some of this is a little abstract on my end,
Yeah.
but effectively, you are reducing the number of units that are present here. You have wiped out a considerable number of them with this blaze. So that is going to reduce their effectiveness this round a little bit. But it's more about the reinforcements. Okay.
So I've got a bunch of bonus successes, right?
Yes, that's right. Thank you. You had 7 total?
7, yeah.
Jesus. Okay, and then the TN was only 1. So that is 6 times 5. That is 30 extra points. So that jumps you to 40% on the clock. If that's what you're spending them on. Sorry, I should have asked you. What do you want to spend them doing?
So when we reduce your dice, does that reduce it overall everywhere or just in the location that we're at?
Just in the location where you are.
Then let's do time.
Okay.
Yeah.
This time. All right.
Yeah.
So then, yes, in fact, it is now at 40%. Or at 60%. You've taken 40% off the clock. That was huge. Okay.
I believe that I will be targeting the incoming reinforcements, the people who have, since they saw this giant blaze of flame, I am going to do my pelting hail style. The volley of arrows on the battlefield can be deadly, but most importantly, from a strategic standpoint, is terrifying to even the staunchest veterans. So I am going to be like, you ain't fucking coming in the water either.
So you assisted Satomi this turn. So that's
does that mean already?
Yes. So you are doing that. What you have just described, it's just there's no roll needed because it's represented in Satomi's roll. So part of what you were doing was funneling them closer so that she can burn more of them, those kinds of things.
You helped me get all those extra successes.
Yeah, so at least one of them, at the very least.
You like lean over and pat me on the head and go, "Good job, buddy." Ruffle my hair.
Okay. You do have a cadre of archers here. So they can attack as well. Or they can give assistance in the future.
I think they should attack these burning dazed troll things.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Craig, if you do want to roll some dice, then you can roll for the archers.
Okay. What am I rolling?
Let's see.
How many rings?
316, so 317.
How many ring? How many skill?
Yeah. I'll get you. They're skillful Ronin. So you're going to be rolling 3 skill dice. And what ring were you using here?
Might as well stick with fire. That's my highest is fire.
So
There's
I'm
Earth.
assuming that since
Earth or air would be their highest.
Okay.
Which is a 3.
All right. 3 and 3?
Mm-hmm. And then keep
If we put them on air stance, then they potentially have the ability to soak more damage. That, like, if they're being attacked back, they're better defended.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you got all of these things down. All right, go ahead and roll 3-3.
Yes. 3 and 3 and keep 3.
Hold on. All right, you might have to roll it. Darn it, my stupid computer just like
okay.
Ugh.
Not a
It's
worry.
been sitting there waiting the whole time, and now it's like, no, I don't think so.
Is this a good time for an update?
I'm telling you.
Okay, then Karen, do you want to roll them?
Yeah, sure can do.
Okay, thank you.
3
3 and 3, and then keep 3.
I think we'll just take. Yeah, I think we'll just take 3 successes with 1 strife. No, is that a strife? Yeah, that's a strife.
Okay. So that's 2 bonus successes that they have, but they are not PCs, so they cannot be spent the same way that y'all can spend yours. But they are laying down the law. A lot of arrows. Okay, so that is going to affect the reinforcements for this group, effectively making it so that they don't add any next round, because you've diminished enough of them that the reinforcements are basically just going to be making up for lost time. Okay. That is... I now need to roll. The archers are going to attempt to return fire from the back of these siege towers that they are in. Looking for a TN2. Oh man. That's a 2 with strife and a bunch of opportunity. They're using air stance. So okay. Their deadliness or their damage for their bows, their Yumi, is also 5. So Ito and Satoma, what do you have in the way of defenses?
Well, high ground for one. And the armor physical 3.
Okay. So you'll
I
shave
have
off 3 points.
Physical 1 for my armor,
Okay.
and then high.
So Ito, you are going to take 2 points of physical damage. Satomi, you take 4 points of physical damage. So that should go straight to your fatigue.
Do we still have the fatigue from last session, or does that go away?
No, it should be reset. You should be
Okay.
You should be full starting this. It's been a number of days that you've been kind of working.
All right. Roger that.
Okay. So, that is all of that settled. The location was held, so reinforcements would normally arrive. However, they were fairly well decimated, so they also will not be arriving here. And then we're going to move to the home of Todo Yujio, which I don't think anybody is positioned there.
Nope, but we have
Okay. You have your trap.
fake person there. Yeah.
Okay, let
That's
me
clout.
see this. Okay. So, at this location, we see, again, that kind of ruined, collapsed home of this once noble samurai who is still seated at one end of the room in the main portion of his house. There's a wall collapsed behind it, and we can see the flooded lower city has made its way into his home here. Here we see a slightly quieter approach as several rafts full of onikai have made their way across the river in the darkness, realizing that no one here is standing watch. They dock their rafts right at the private dock of this noble, and immediately begin to disembark and run towards the entrance into the home with the intent of spreading into the city from here. However, anybody, doesn't matter who, describe to me what it looks like when they trigger this trap, and let's get a roll.
I'll go ahead and do it. So I think it was like a swinging trap, if I recall correctly.
It is.
So I imagine one of these
silhouette 3.
Silhouette 3, okay.
So horses, naga, rakshasa, and trolls. So it's a pretty sizable piece.
Yeah. I imagine like one of these maybe like smaller Onikai, almost like a scout Onikai, sort of this like cringing, slinking creature, maybe even more akin to a Shinoblin, starts kind of creeping forward, looking for people, and then it realizes there's nobody in here. So it kind of straightens up and just confidently starts moving through the home of Toto Ugio, and it trips some kind of tripwire, which causes, I imagine it's the classic, like just two chunks of masonry that have been braced up against the wall with ropes, just kind of boom, and they just kind of take a whole bunch of them out right in the middle of the house. What would I be rolling there, Jeremiah?
All right, let me get back to some falling damage. I wrote this down for a reason.
5,000 successes.
Where did I write that down though? Hold, please.
No worries. Is there a page that like traps are mentioned on in the?
No, it's
the tome.
It is done as a there it is, page 270. See, that was the 271 I had locked away in my brain earlier.
You're so prepared, Jeremy. You're on top of this.
Obviously, clearly.
Like a goddamn genius or something.
There we go. Unspecified deadliness. Sufficiently heavy object. Deadliness equal to 3 times the object's silhouette. Okay. So, it makes a critical strike 3 times equal to the object's silhouette, which is a 9. That's ridiculous. Okay. So it's going to cause a maiming blow. These characters, since there's more than one of them, are gravely hurt by the strike and might never fully recover from it.
Oh my god.
They suffer the bleeding condition, and then they choose one of the following scar disadvantages for the ring they used for their check to resist. Oh, they're not going to be able to resist this. This is deafness or muteness, damaged heart or damaged organ, lost arm or lost hand, blindness or lost leg, cognitive lapses. I think we're going to go with that one.
Yeah. What are we doing here again?
They turn around and start ambushing their own place.
Yeah, they start
Who am I?
each other.
They're now in an existential crisis.
Yeah.
I think we're the bad guys.
We're the baddies?
Who even is Fu Lang? Has anyone ever actually met him? Or her, I guess.
They have a come to Jesus moment.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go ahead and build a roll. So we can get something on the books here as far as possible bonus successes and see how that's going to shake out.
Okay, do you want me to use Guan's stats, I guess, or?
Sure, yeah. Let's do that.
Well, then I will do fire stance because it's what I'm good at, and let's call it melee, martial arts melee. Or actually, no, we'll call it unarmed. It's the same thing. So
I will
if you use water, we have 4
Oh, we do.
bonus
That's
successes.
right. You know what? I will do that then. So I will do water ring. I'll still do the same skill though. Okay, I'm rolling. Okay, so I got 2 successes and 1 opportunity.
Okay. 2 successes is definitely what we needed to hold this location.
And then we have the 4 stored bonus successes. Can we use those since it's just a trap and not a PC?
Yes, you can.
Or
Yep.
honestly, I think we take another, I guess it would be 20% off of the timer.
Cash all 4 of them in?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's do it. Okay.
Good shiz.
2, 3, 4 of those.
Nice trap idea, Karen.
20 extra points. It's going to put us at 60% already.
Yes. The
Okay.
Shugenja are working, smarter, not harder. If the Black Ink Cabal are working
Tirelessly.
smarter, not harder.
Okay. All right. So that trap has devastated and a number of them. They are, however, on this next turn, because there's no one present there, this location is now considered overrun. So this is lost to the enemy at this point. But put a good portion of time on the clock and delayed some reinforcements from arriving. So home of Todo Yujio is claimed by the White Hand. Okay, that brings us to the end of the first round for those first 3 locations. I think this is where we are going to take our break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, smoke them if you got them, refill your drinks, go to the bathroom, etc., etc. And then, yeah, we'll come back and finish up the second half of the last session, maybe, of Legend of the One Ring. Sit tight. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back from our break. We are here with the third and final session of Legend of the One Ring, where we combine Lord of the Rings and Legend of the Five Rings, allegedly. We are here at the end of things with the defense of Hoshijosai. We have seen the bridge, the Omofone bridge, collapsed, exploded. The enemy now scrambling to try to figure out how to deal with this new obstacle. Meanwhile, at the Kyoto Dark Market, or the Koyata Dock Market, we see trolls carrying siege towers full of onikai that are completely engulfed in flames, trying desperately to put themselves out in the water. However, everywhere they step, there are caltrops, causing there to be no safe harbor, if you will, here at the dock. They are colliding into one another, falling over, dying. The towers themselves are emptying of burning onikai as they are falling out of the sides. But the surface of the water is also ablaze. So there, again, is no respite to be found here. It is also clear that this fire will not be contained. So the fire that has been started here will, in fact, begin to spread through the city. So, that being said, meanwhile, at the home of Todo Yujio, the trap has been sprung, taking out a number of these individuals, making them rethink their life choices. And that is also slowing some of the enemy progress. However, the home of Toda Yujio has been claimed by the enemy. It has become overrun, as we can see indicated here by the mark of the white hand. Okay. So we're going to jump back into things with round 2 at Omofune Bridge. We head back there, where Ikoma is fighting. Ikoma, what are your plans for this turn?
Do I need to roll anything if I'm leaving?
No. No, you
But
can
I
simply
want
fall
to
back if
roll
you'd like.
something so I can use these 3.
It could be helpful.
Is this pink circle representative of the engineers?
It is, yes.
All right, they need to get the hell out of here.
Okay. And have them move.
Yep.
Fall back to Kikicho's Lament.
Yep. I guess I can just hold them here with an action, basically. That's my hold them here or run.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, you can either attempt to hold the location or you can give it up.
we're gonna hold the location.
Okay.
And I'm
currently
gonna
a TN1 because of the bridge being destroyed. The reinforcements were delayed, so they don't get to increase the TN this round. So
there's only 3 on.
Correct. 3 fire.
I'm gonna do a fire stance.
Okay.
Fire stance. Martial arts again? Melee?
Okay.
I only have 1 fire die. That's okay.
If you get any strife, because you're in fire sense, you get those as bonus successes as well.
Yeah. I also take that strife on.
Yeah. It's a
Then
stressful
it is
situation.
a success with the strife, so 2 success.
Got 2 successes?
Yep. Plus
Okay.
the 3.
You're cashing in all 3 of them?
Fuck yeah, and then I'm getting the fuck out of here.
All
I
right.
stayed here far too long.
That's a TN1, so that means you have 4 bonus successes. So that's 20 extra points. You're at 80% of this clock already.
Fucking Ikoma's just out there like, I really hope they're doing their job.
Meanwhile, Kenji
They're
on
like,
the wall.
Sir, we're tired. And he's like, I don't care. Keep fighting.
At Kikishio's lament, Kenji can see these engineers like running their asses off, like coming up the road towards this broken wall, and you can just barely make out the lone form of what you can only assume to be Ikoma, just kind of like standing, swinging his weapon wildly, knocking down Onikai. But you can also see Kenji beyond that.
There's a
The
lot of
horde
Onikai.
of enemies that are approaching. Even in the darkness, you can see kind of like the glint of their wet armor and weapons.
Don't worry. I'm leaving next turn. It's fine. I'm not going to get cut off from y'all.
Okay. All right. So now they are going to roll. They have 5 in their fire ring. Oh, I need to take the tokens off of here too. We are at Omofune Bridge, so 1, 2, 3. All right. Oof. Lord. All right. You can keep 5 dice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. That is 5 successes, 2 strife, and an opportunity. So that'll definitely hit you. Again, with a deadliness, or sorry, not a deadliness, a damage of 5. So your armor has a 4, right? Okay. So again, another point of fatigue goes through. All right. They fight for every inch, Ikoma, and you are doing your damnedest to make sure that they gain precious few of those. However, you very quickly are running out of support. The engineers have left. You have covered their retreat. The men that you came with, though few and valiant, are falling quickly. And you yourself are starting to get worn down, and you realize that this is a foregone conclusion, that you really are only biding time here. So we get those rolled out of the way. The location for the moment is held. That means that at the end of this round, reinforcements will arrive. They were only delayed the 1 turn. So the TN to hold this location is increasing by 1, which means that next round, if you attempt to hold it, it becomes a TN 3. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, TN 3. Because it is not connected to the home of Todo Yujio. Okay. At the dock, what's going on with Satomi and Ito? What are you doing?
I think Satomi would turn to Ito and say, can you hold this with the archers? And then she would like to leave. But if you could hold it one more round, unless you want to leave too. But
Go.
Okay.
You're needed there. Go.
So I think Satomi's going to retreat to, I guess the only place is the Gate of the Moon. That's what it's connected to. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, that is correct.
Then she's going to retreat to the Gate of the Moon for next round and let
Okay.
Ito hold this place.
All right. For the
And he's got archers, right? Still, yeah.
Yes, there is still a team of archers there. Some of them are dead, so their numbers are beginning to diminish, but there are still some of them present. Because of the home of Tuda Yujio being lost, as well as the reinforcements arriving at Omofune Bridge, 2 increments of time were put back on the clock. I forgot to do that at the end of those turns. Okay, so that means that Ito is left here, defending, trying to hold Koyata Dock Market. So Ito, what you doing? Let's build a dice pool.
I am gonna do the pelting on the shore to get the reinforcements to not enter the water with the pelting. Oh, where is it? The pelting hail, the one that like unnerves them. I've got. I'm gonna use fire stance, and I've got 2 for martial arts range. So that's 3 and 2, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I rolled 3 successes and 2 strifes.
Okay, and you get to keep up to 3 of them. Or probably just the 3 successes?
Yes.
Okay. So, this location has still a TN of 2 to hold. So that is a success with a bonus success. You want to apply that to the clock or to my dice pool?
What are we on the
Clock.
the clock?
You're on
Clock.
70 out of 100.
Clock. So like down the block of here, clock.
All right. I'll put you back up to 75
So,
out of
yes.
100.
And yeah, and then my next action will be to fall back to the next position after
Okay.
this.
However, before that happens,
We have archers too.
oh yes, please. If you'd like, Satomi, you can roll from the archers if you want.
Sure. It was 3 and 3, right?
Yes, and keep
Because
3.
we're, yeah. Okay, so that's 2 successes with 2 opportunities. I don't know what they can use for opportunities. They're in
Oh,
air.
yeah. I wonder what they're.
Oh, let's increase the TN of the next martial arts range check targeting them. So that would be targeting anybody on the wall. So that would
Oh,
help
perfect.
save Ito as well by 2.
By 2. Okay.
Yeah.
So that would bring it to a TN 4.
To hit. Yeah. To
Okay.
hit us.
Let's see what they've got here then.
Nice.
And that's 2
archers.
successes as well. So I don't know if that means anything. But I think that just
it is
matches
currently yeah, and they can't spend them for
Oh, they can't
the
do it
clock.
anyway. Yeah.
Okay. That is a lot of opportunities. There is an exploding success, so that gives them 3. Oop, but only an opportunity. Okay, so that is only 3 successes. So because of the archers taking up strategic positions using their air ring, they manage to stay hidden from this return volley from the very few archers that are currently still remaining. However, reinforcements are arriving here. So the TN to hold this location will now become a 3 as well. And It drops back down to 70. Okay. At the home of Todo Yujio, there is nothing to touch on because it is currently overrun. So, soon, however, the battle is going to spread. They're going to head to Shimada Gate. I think exclusively. I don't think they're going to split. So they are going to head to Shimada Gate, which means that they are traveling there this turn. So next turn, Shimada Gate is going to be making some checks. Okay. It sounded like the idea was for Omofune Bridge and Koyata Dock Market this turn to simply fall back. Is that the case?
Yes, with the archers. The archers are coming.
Okay.
Wouldn't we hold it when?
Well, I think that because they can't use clock, I think having the extra protection at the next one as they advance might be advantageous. Unless you want them there, but I think they're going to get overrun by themselves.
Yeah, that's true.
I have an ability that allows like mass units to move an additional space or whatever.
Awesome. Okay, yeah.
They'll get set up for the next.
Where is it? It's slippery maneuvers. Allows. Of course, I have to reload the book.
Yeah, mine does that too. I pull it back up and it's just blank. I'm like, what the hell?
It said no. It says failure to load, and I was like, oh, that's even better. I say slippery maneuvers.
Mm-hmm.
I think the only thing about that, Baron, is you have to be able to see the terrain that you want to send them to. Because I have slippery maneuvers too. I used that last.
Well,
session.
if I'm in the lament, would it not be outrageous for me to say I can see the gate of the sun? To
What do you
say
think,
engineers go to the gate of the sun.
Yeah, 100%.
Just so that they're one step closer.
Yeah, that makes complete sense to me. So I will take the engineers token. The right one here. Okay. And they will fall back even further to the gate of the sun.
I think you have to make a check for that, though.
I
Baron.
do command water check TN2.
Okay. Yeah, please do that.
So
TN2, I'm sure you'll be able to
use those bonus successes.
Don't say that. All right. Let's make a water check. Do I add a skill to it?
Command if you have it.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe command.
Command. I do have command. All right, roll it. 2 success, 2 opportunity, 1 strife.
Okay. Yeah, it's 2 successes is what you were looking for, so it definitely sounds like you succeeded in encouraging them to fall back further. You get the impression that it wasn't necessarily a difficult request for them to fulfill. They don't seem to want any part of this. Yeah, fly you fools. So they, absolutely take your advice and they take off running towards the gate of the sun. All right.
I'll use one of my opportunity to get rid of the strife. Can I give the other one to somebody?
I don't think so. I think
she doesn't say anything specifically about what I can do with it.
Yeah, opportunity.
You were doing water?
Is that really cool, but it's super vague. And it's spread out all over the place.
So it depends on how much strife you have, but you could use 1 water to remove 2 strife from yourself that you already had.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll do that.
Yeah. perform the task efficiently, completing it more quickly, or saving supplies. I don't know that that would necessarily apply here.
Do the strife thing.
Okay.
Send them on their way, and I'm going to the lament.
Okay.
There.
You are falling back to the lament. So that is going to mean that Omofune Bridge
Falls to the shadow.
falls to the shadow. The white hand claims it, which means that the clock goes back to 65%.
Fuck.
Okay. The Kyoto Dock Market, Ito, you and the archers likewise fall back. We get their
Yes.
token. Yeah, is there anything about that that you want to describe the way it looks or what happens on your way out?
I think after we got a really good volley of arrows and didn't take any damage, we are going to stand at the top of the wall and then slink back, and like we're getting yell for reinforcements to force to come up to the wall, and then step down and take off to the next position. So basically kind of a ruse to like we're gathering more arrows or what have you. And
Absolutely.
then beat feet to the next spot
Okay.
and get it and find some good defensive positions, and next.
Perfect. So the Kyoto Dock Market is likewise claimed by the White Hand. It will take some time for them to work through there, as it is on fire and is starting to spread. So next round, the fire is going to be moving outside of the market. Okay. That deals with our 3 beginning locations. So the next skirmishes that we are looking at are going to be Shimada Gate, Kokichiyo's Lament, and the Gate of the Moon. So first we're going to go to Kokichiyo's Lament. So at Kokichiyo's Lament, we have Kinji, who has been holding this position, and Ikoma, who is now falling back to this position. Once again, as a description, the shockwave resulting from the explosion that breached the Kaiu Wall last spring had been felt throughout the furthest reaches of the Empire. Reports of the devastation it caused defied belief. That is, until now. Although this blast must have paled by comparison, never before have your eyes seen such destruction. As long as a ship, this section of wall and the river's embankment had been obliterated by an Onikai's ruinous device, an event which a samurai named Kikichiyo infamously failed to stop. Loose stones the size of a man scattered about in rough piles while the river flows freely into the lower city from this point. This location is both dangerous and entangling. Okay, so what I need is for one of you or both of you to discuss and determine who the primary roller is going to be in this scene. The TN to hold this location is currently a 2.
Kenji, take the wheel.
Kenji.
You are muted, my man.
Cool, because I'm in fire stance. I was gonna stay in fire stance. Sorry. So that's kind of where I've been like kind of figuring like it's dangerous and entangling. We don't want to fight in there, but we have the decoys and stuff. We want to get them locked in there. and maybe take opportunistic like strikes at them before getting to the gate of the sun. But I mean, have we had any messengers tell us that the home of Toda Ujio has fallen?
Yes, absolutely. It's one of the reasons why we're going ahead and just putting it on the map, is because
Yeah.
you're all aware of what's happening through messaging, usually.
Then Kenji feels like this isn't a place to make a stand, but it is another like way to stop the enemy. But I'm kind of racking my brain on how to kind of like figure out how best to do it, other than like I don't want to fight here. No one would want to fight here, but we do definitely want to slow down the enemy, which it's already
Mhm.
going to do based on its. So I
So
know
you
team-
could help sell the ruse, make it, at least believable in the beginning that these decoys are actually, real people
Oh.
defending this place.
Do
to
you,
help
do
kind
you
of,
have like a tactics? Because
Yeah,
you
that
could
would be
use
a
your
good-
I do
sorry,
have
you s-
tactics.
yeah, so you could use like the tactics skill with your fire to help sell the decoys.
Yeah.
You have to put
as
them
a
in the
roll.
most advantageous positions and, fire an arrow from here or there to make it look like it's actually the decoys that are doing it, and so that they think that these things are, actual alive defenders.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think due to the storm and maybe the shadows, things like that, you don't really have a good eye on these decoys. So I think what Kenji's going to do when Akoma comes running up, and kind of fills him in about the bridge, Kenji's going to kind of greet him, say, he's thankful that you've made it safely. Like I watched from on the wall. You made a great stand, Akoma. But I think what he's gonna do is he's gonna draw his regular katana, the Ryo no Hiba, and he's gonna like step out and sort of like, I was gonna say like I said, like he has no arrow on him. He can't really fly, but I mean like maybe he's going to try to like call at the enemy, like almost challenging them. Very much in this like come face, challenging this wave that's sort of coming over Onafunme Bridge, and sort of like as they're sort of scattering and trying to figure out where to go, he's almost like beckoning them to come and face the mightiest challenge of their lives. Here we have, and he's gonna like point back to the decoys in a way of saying like, the these are the greatest of the crab samurai here to face you. Come now, and he like like taunts and like throws his like come face us, and then he like kind of like hops back into the shadows, into the rubble and stuff, and it's just like come on, like just
Perfect.
trying to like force them this way so that they don't go any other way but through where we want
Right.
them to.
Pull an
So-
aggro.
One aggro.
Pull an aggro.
Oh yeah. But
Okay.
Where's
So-
my?
Just to also full disclosure, because
Uh-huh.
this is dangerous terrain, so any character that performs a check while within dangerous terrain, the character suffers physical damage equal to the strife on their kept dice. So just as you're choosing dice to keep for your roll, just keep that in mind.
Word. Let me read Daredevil too, because it's very much a Daredevil.
There's a definitely Daredevil.
I agree. Yeah.
Because that just removes 3 strife. But
Nice.
That's probably a good thing to do before you take physical damage from it.
right. And he has quick reflexes, which haven't come in yet. But we'll wait about that. Let's roll the tactics in the fire ring. Okay. Swirly is an opportunity. Opportunity.
Does
The flower.
does a coma get like assisting at this, or is
Yeah, what skill are you using?
Tactics.
Then yes, he would. I have 4 in tactics.
Oh, perfect. Then yeah, you get an extra white die, an extra skill die, and you can keep an extra die.
Okay. Shoot. I rolled. How do I move?
So just total up what you currently have, and then once you have that set, then just roll another one and decide whether or not you want to
Gotcha.
keep it.
Okay. I have 2 opportunity. I have a success and then an exploding success with a strife. But I will use the one of my opportunity to clear that strife. So I have 0 strife right now. But I'm going to be rolling 2 more dice because of the exploding opportunity and the one that Okoma gave me. So right now we have 2 successes, 1 opportunity after I spend the 1 opportunity to clear the strife. The reroll was another success, and then so that's 3 successes, 1 opportunity, and then we're gonna roll 1 more dice. Not 10, sorry. For another success. So we got 4 successes
4
and an
successes.
opportunity.
Okay. Excellent. So the TN to hold this
plus the
location was
success?
currently 2.
Sweet.
So you have 2 bonus successes. You want to put both of those on the clock?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Plus, there's the one,
Yeah.
the bonus one on the map.
You were in
Yes.
fire's stance, right?
Yes.
Okay. So instead that will be 15, so that moves you back to 80%.
Oh, we're
On
so
the clock.
close.
Okay.
Now here's a thing, because I'm going to be that player. He's in fire
Please.
stance, so any strife that he keeps adds as a bonus success. So he gets another bonus success from that, even though he's wiping it out with an opportunity afterwards.
Yeah, I suppose so. But you also are going to take a point of physical damage for the point of strife because it is dangerous terrain.
So we're at 85 out of 100 now. Is that correct, Jeremy? With that
Yes.
additional one?
Let me
Is it
grab
5
this.
or 10? Oh, it's
only
5. Okay.
Yeah.
Kikichio's lemon.
Well, I mean, I have 14 endurance, so like,
Spent.
is 1
Yeah, take that.
fatigue?
Yeah, take the point.
Listen, Kenji is a hardy guy.
Okay. All right. So now they are going to attack. You can see at the bridge, both of you, Ikoma and Kinji, you can see now that trolls have come wading into the water there as well. But this time they are carrying large planks that have been like lashed together and are literally leaning over on their shoulders with these things on their backs, forming a new bridge as the Onikai are then trampling onto it and crossing the river, heading straight for your broken section of wall. Okay, they are going to start with archers. All right. So if they take any strife, it is also physical damage. Okay. It's 2. Okay, so just straight 2 successes and a boatload of opportunity. What was the opportunity from? They use earth. Never mind. Okay. So they've got 5 damage coming at both of you. What are your armors rating at? 4?
Lacquered 4, yep.
Okay, so you both shave off 4 points of that damage and take 1 fatigue. Archers just drawing back their thick, heavy, short bows and angling upwards and just firing volley after volley of these black arrows that just kind of rain down on the rubble and destruction of Kokicho's lament. And though you managed to avoid any fatal shots, several of them come a little close for comfort. But you did succeed, so the position is held for the time being. At the end of the round, that means that reinforcements are going to show up. Because the home of Toda Yujio and Omofune Bridge are both claimed by the hand, that means that the TN to hold this location has now increased by 2. So this is now a TN 4 position to hold next round. We now go over to the Gate of the Moon. The Gate of the Moon is once again where the Tachibana siblings are located. Long has the Gate of the Moon stood open, that trade might pass unhindered between the mercantile district and the nearby Koyata dock market. Though its doors are intact, this eastern passage through the lower city could take considerable effort to shut. The flooding of the lower city has brought rust to the iron hinges and brackets of these idle gates. Smoke from smoldering buildings nearby stings your eyes and nose, though the fires have reduced most of the structures on the north side of the gate to nothing more than ash. This has both the obscuring and the wide properties. I'm sorry, not wide, open. Obscuring and open terrain qualities.
What does obscuring do?
Obscuring. Increase the TN of all attack checks targeting characters within obscuring terrain by 1. A character within obscuring terrain generally cannot see beyond range 2 of their current position into the obscuring terrain, though they can see out of it if they are within range 2 of an edge. It's a little wordy, but...
Yeah. Okay. With Ito's assistance again, I would like to there's no oil here, so I'm not like lighting the entire place on fire, but I'd like to because they're coming in already, right? They're starting to swarm in this area. Is that correct?
Yes, they are coming up from Koyata Dock Market. I also forgot that when the 2 reinforcements showed up at Kokicho's limit, that also rolled the clock back 10 points. So you're at 75. Sorry, go ahead.
So I would like to do invocation fires within on like the area where they're going to start coming in. Also to hopefully like obscure this area even more, I guess, so they don't see us with the smoke that this will do as well. So it's again a theology fire check.
Okay. Ito, are you assisting?
Yep, I got 2.
Okay. And so you get an extra skill die.
Okay, I keep that one. I keep that one. Keep that one. Keep that one. Oh, we're going to go for all the strife, baby. Okay, so I have 3 exploding successes, plus a success and plus 2 strife. Okay, so 1.
You're a monster.
I am so fortunate that I'm rolling all these successes, and I will take all the strife to get them. I don't care.
Hurt me.
Hurt me, baby, hurt me now. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. So 6 successes plus 4 strife. Oh, this is so that's 10 successes. I'll use the one that's on there, 11.
Fuck.
Oh, she is like stressed the fuck out, I'll tell you.
Are you at your
I
composure
did get
yet?
one opportunity. Pardon me?
Are you at your composure yet?
I am. This will push me to my composure limit.
Okay, cool.
So I do have an opportunity. Let's see what I'm going to do with that first opportunity. That doesn't seem like those are useful. Well, nothing's really important. Even if I remove or strife, I'm still at my limit. So opportunity doesn't really, there's nothing really I could do with it that's going to help.
Okay. So,
well, I guess I can use it on reduce the TN of the next attack action I make by 1. It will persist until the end of my next turn. That I may not use it, but whatever. I'll do that.
So you had 11 total successes?
10. 11,
10.
yeah, because 10 plus the one on the board.
Okay, so 11 total successes. Are you spending all of those towards the clock?
As many as I need to the clock, and then the rest to your dice pool.
Got it. Okay. All right, so with 11, the TN was 2, so that gives you 9 bonus successes, which is absurd. 1, 2, 3, 4. It only takes 5 to fill the clock. Which means
Karen MVP!
That the Black Inked Cabal have completed their mission. We'll touch on that here in just a second. And that leaves you
die in peace
4
now.
additional dice of mine that you can remove. Okay.
Damn. Tommy's a badass.
Yeah, that's fucking scary. Okay.
Oh, Phoenix. Woo!
So
Woo!
we'll do 2 of each. Then, needless to say, you succeeded in holding this position. Okay.
So I am compromised now. Now it says I can choose to stay compromised or I can unmask myself. And I think at this point I'll stay compromised. I don't know what that means, but
so when
I now can no longer take and keep dice that have strife symbols unless I unmask myself. So
correct. And your vigilance is 1 during this.
Yeah.
While you are compromised, rather. Okay, so that is 3. Holy shit, 4. Okay, they got 4 successes still, even with a nerfed dice pool. They will take strife. Okay. So Tommy, you are also taking 5 points of damage.
I got a quick question. Because I have, can I have any action? Because I have the Lord Shiva's Valor, which basically would have them target me instead of her.
Yeah, since we're kind of going like out into the field with how these rules are kind of playing with the mechanics, I'm totally okay with applying some of them where it makes sense. So, and that definitely makes sense to me. So
if you see it,
it's like
So
he jumped in front of me.
yeah, you.
Right.
It says you must be the first target chosen. So basically, they don't pay attention to her and they attack me instead.
Right. So what that means is because both of you were at the location, both of you were going to be taking this damage. That means that you are going to take your damage and her damage.
Okay.
Okay. So you've got 5 points coming at you. You said your armor does 3?
Yes.
Okay. So that's going to be 2 points and then 2 more points of fatigue. So 4 points of fatigue total this round.
I kind of screwed up that first one. Did I get one the last time or two fatigue?
It would have been 2.
Okay,
I think it was the same
plus
amount.
4 more.
Yeah, so you should be at 6 fatigue.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Okay, so though you are exhausting yourself, Satomi, and providing a lot of cover, definitely slowing down how precise and how quickly they're able to advance. They are still blindly just firing hundreds and hundreds of these black-fletched arrows high into the sky and just raining them down all around you. There's simply enough of them that are making their way through your defenses that if it weren't for Ito blocking these, you would probably be dead.
Oh, I would, yeah. Mm-hmm.
What is Satomi? How does Satomi look now that she is compromised? What's going on?
There is fear in her eyes, and I think seeing Ito basically like take some of the damage from her, like he got in the way and he took all those arrows that were that she didn't even see because she was too much concentrating on the spell. It's almost like she realizes how dire the situation is, and we can see her frantically looking around, searching for somebody right now.
Let's see. What shadow would that fall under? What shadow weakness? Maybe the wandering madness one to get out of there.
Oh, yeah, I could see that. Out of all of those, yeah, that would be her most. Yeah.
To escape, right?
Yeah.
Kind of again
Escape,
like
find.
the Bilbo scene where he just realizes like he can't be here anymore. He needs to get out of here. So what I would like is a shadow weakness test from you, please. Now that you are compromised. You are currently what, at 4 shadow points?
Yeah.
Pop on over to the main overlay. Yes.
4 plus my wandering madness is 2. So I'm at a TN 6.
TN 6, that is correct.
Oh, we're not going to make this. I'm in fire stance right now. So what do I have to? Okay, so then I just pick a skill that would kind of apply.
Yeah, if you have one.
Oh. Mm. I guess maybe she should actually, at this moment, call on the theology, I think, really. And I know it sounds weird, but she's faced with this life and death situation, and we're talking about like everything, her faith, her like going through an existential crisis pretty much. So I think that's where she's calling upon that and the knowledge of, the next life, thereafter, and all these things to help maybe try to calm herself down. So that's
okay. TN 6.
So I cannot keep anything with strife, right?
Correct.
So I have 3 opportunities.
Oh. So that is definitely.
Yeah, and I only rolled 2 successes anyway, but they had strife on them.
Okay.
I knew I wasn't going to make this one.
So you go from 4 shadow points to 5. And this is going to be interesting because you can't take any more strife. You suffer 5 more points of strife, which I'm remember what happens when you are compromised and take strife.
Does it bleed into fatigue?
I don't think it does. I was reading that. What happens? Okay.
Strife and fatigue. Moving strife.
Because she's at her limit. There's like she can't
Right.
get past her limit.
I just don't know what happens if that's the case. I know it's not normal because we added the rules on, so let me see.
I mean, if you want to narratively, she just bolts. I'm fine with that too. Like she just
Yeah, I mean that's
bolts.
definitely the case. You literally have lost to the shadow in this moment. So you don't have to unmask. You can save that if you'd like, but you definitely have given into your urge to get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Oh,
She
we
would be
have archers here as well, correct?
yes, because they came with us.
You do. Yeah.
So yeah, I think
They
yeah,
could
she would
definitely
just
fire back.
bolt to where she knows. She's got that sense of where Jabuna is. Like she always just
Yeah.
kind of knows approximately where. So she's bolting that direction because like that.
Okay.
I mean,
yeah,
we can.
he's at
yeah.
Kyuzo's last stand with his crab samurai, and that's connected to
Perfect.
the Gate of the Moon, so you absolutely makes sense that you would do that. Okay, where is it? Talk about strife. Using strife. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna see if I can't read on that while we're in between things here. Okay. So Ito, you see that even though you have shielded Satomi from this volley of archery, that when you see Satomi's face, she's not herself. She is beyond terrified. She looks more like a scared, like a rabbit almost. Her eyes are wide. She's trembling, and nothing you say seems to reach her ears. And she turns and flees. Ooh. Actually, yeah. I'm gonna say she actually takes your horse.
Okay.
And rides off in the direction of Kyozo's last stand. Okay. The archers need to roll. We forgot to do them, so
All right. So what are they? 3 and 3?
3 and 3. Keep 3.
See, hopefully this goes. Oh, there it is. Oh God. I got 1 success, 2 opportunities.
1 success, 2 opportunities.
Yes.
Okay. So unfortunately, that is not enough to impart any damage on them. Okay.
They can use the 2 opportunities to increase the TN again, like when they're being shot at by 2.
Okay.
Plus they're in the air.
Okay.
I got that one, which increases it by 1 more.
Nice. Okay. Cool. Okay. All right. So, that is connected to Kyoto Dock Market.
Yeah.
That
And
is
then
going
we're
to
going
gain-
we're going to retreat to the next position since it's like dark, so they can't see where we're going. So we're exiting stage left.
The archers are coming with you?
Yes.
Okay.
In the direction where the horde went, I guess.
They're almost depleted. Okay, let's see. Tokens. Archers.
Would that be the next strategic position? Is where she went, or
Yes, as it so happens.
okay?
So
Okay.
you could go either way. You could go to the Gate of the Sun, or you could go to Kyozo's Last Stand.
I think it would only make sense, being that, you know, the closeness of the two. I think he would probably follow it.
Okay. And what about the
Concerned.
archers? You want to keep them with you?
Yeah, I'm taking them with me. So,
Heard. Okay.
actually,
Maybe the archers should go to the gate of the
Yeah.
sun.
yeah, I think that would, because strategically, I would probably tell them to go to the next logical position, and I would probably follow her.
Okay, gotcha. They're going to head to Gate of the Sun then, and you are going to head to Kyozo's Last Stand. This is now going to be claimed as lost by the White Hand. And they increased... well, the clock is done, so don't have to keep track of that anymore. Okay. Okay, so the question becomes, we are very quickly running out of time. We're in the last hour of what we have scheduled for this session. The clock is completed. That means that the Black Inked Cabal have completed their mission and will be getting out of here. So there is one last major thing for us to do. So we can either continue to work through the mini game here and just see how things play out, and then we'll definitely need a fourth session, or we just narratively fast forward, skip to the conclusion of this story. What would you prefer?
I feel like we could probably skip to the narrative conclusion. You know what I mean? Have our kind of final moments and then wrap up. That's my opinion anyway. My vote.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'm good with what everybody says.
We did
We
the thing.
Did our objective.
You did, in fact. Well, very well. Okay.
But we have
Go
to
ahead, man.
die. No.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, that's coming.
He's like, don't worry, I'll kill you.
It was promised. Okay. We see, as the audience, we see the figures of the Black Inked Cabal emerge from the inner sanctum of Hoshijosai Palace. These members of this elite group of Shugenja, known as the Kurozumi Imbodan, one of them tucking away a scroll that looks like it is encased in black jade, deep within the folds of her robes. And as each of them emerges, they each reach up and grab a gold phoenix pendant that hangs around their necks. And one at a time, they each snap these pendants. And as they do so, the fire in the sky above them begins to illuminate as 12 phoenixes fly down from out of the storm clouds, picking up one member of the Black Inked Cabal each and carrying them away from Hoshijosai, allegedly to safety.
Go Phoenix! Woo!
However, they aren't the only thing in the skies. As we see a dark figure approaching from the southwest. At first, difficult to make out, as the way it moves through the storm and through the clouds is strange, almost like water itself flowing from side to side, long and serpentine. And as it gets closer, you can see that it is in fact a black dragon, a creature known as a Karatsubasa, a fell beast. And riding upon its back you see the dark samurai armor of Mahotsukai no Tetsuye and his piercing red glowing eyes. He lands atop the ramparts, looking down at you from upon the high part of the palace, and he commands, "Give me the black scroll." You're muted, Baron.
I cannot.
You cannot stand against me and my forces.
Who are you to say what I can and cannot do? I am not a minion of the shadow. I am not a pawn. Be pushed around.
You soon will be.
With my dying breaths, I will fight you.
All right. We're going to roll for initiative. So, we need to roll vigilance, I believe.
I think it was choose a stance and make like a check of some kind, and then you add this number of successes to your vigilance. I think.
Yes, yeah, it's a tactics.
Yeah, tactics. TN1 tactics, and then additional
There it
successes.
is. Okay, cool. All right, so everybody prepare that. Get that rolled up.
So ring stance we're in plus tactics,
Mhm.
and then we add vigilance.
Correct.
Yeah, you add your vigilance to the number of successes that you get from that roll, and that's what your initiative becomes. So tell me, you have your vigilance is currently 1.
Yeah, and I rolled 1 success on my dice.
Okay, so yeah, you have a 2 total. All right, gotcha.
Ikoma also has a 2.
I didn't roll enough dice. Never. Well, I can't keep it anyway.
I'm sorry, I have a 3. Duh. I can
Okay.
add.
And we add the number of additional successes to our vigilance. Is that right, Jeremy? I think that's
Yes.
right. Okay. All right, so then I got a 3.
All right. Sorry, I was like trying to let the dog out and everything. So
No
what
worries.
am I needing to do?
So you need to roll a tactics check in whatever ring that you want to start combat in.
Okay.
And then you're going to add the number of successes that you get to your vigilance score. Damn, Kenji. And she's like, I got this, guys.
I'm going there. So
Or
Do we
not
not-
vengeance.
do I do skill dice or no?
If you have skills in tactics.
In tactics. Yes, I got one.
Well, fire stance. Actually, hold on. Fire stance, any strife is also a success, right?
If you succeeded your roll, which you did.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Okay, never mind. It's 9.
Oh my god.
And I'm going to take 2 strife using one of the opportunity from my one exploding to clear that. So one sec, let me. My bad.
All
Just
right,
add
so
2 there.
And then Guan and Ikoma, the two of you are tied at 3.
Right. If I remember correctly, Ikoma has more honor than me, so he would go after me. Is that
Correct. Yeah,
how
that's
that
what it
works?
is.
Okay.
Yeah, whoever has the lower honor goes first.
Because you have like 65, right, Baron? For
Mhm,
honor?
mhm.
Okay. I have 50. So yeah, I'll go before
Okay.
Ikoma.
Perfect. And then Ito, did you figure out what you got?
So I did fire stance. I ended up with 1 success, 1 opportunity, 1 strife, and you said vigilance.
Yeah, you add your
And my
vigilance to your successes.
So my vigilance is 4. So that'd be what, 5 successes then?
Okay, so that puts you at a 5 then. Okay, so
And
we
then
are.
an opportunity and a strife. I don't know what those do.
You can cancel them out if you want,
Okay, yeah.
so that way you don't take any strife. So that puts us with Kinji, Ito, Guan, Ikoma, and Satomi. Okay, Kinji.
Okay.
Mahatsukai no Tetsuye has landed and issued his proclamation. He draws a weapon of his own. And you can see that this blade is made from jade that has absorbed the taint of the Shadowlands to the point where there is no green remaining in this jade at all. Some of you may even recognize this sword, which is called Isuyi no Koyofu, which translates to Jade Terror.
Is he them, they, creature of the night, are they close to us in a way that we can get to them right now, or do we have to move up to them on their fell beast dragon?
So for the moment, you can move and close. Which you can attack if you'd like.
Oh, okay. So, knowing this is a moment that kind of flashes in Kenji's mind. He knows that if we don't at least try to stop this creature, everything that we've done has been for naught. So he is going to draw the obsidian blade out, the Akuma no Sume, or Claw of the Demon. And he is going to run up and attempt to strike the fell beast so that, if anything, the phoenixes can get away. He knows that this is probably going to be not good. So I'm going to try to do the heart-piercing strike on the fell beast or him, whatever it is that I can attack, to try and basically we're still biding time.
Mhm.
So I'll be using a fire ring, and I do believe activation has attack movement using a ready weapon. You may make a TN4 martial arts fire check using the appropriate skill for that weapon, targeting one character within the weapon's range. Effects: if you succeed, your target suffers a critical strike with severity equal to your weapon's deadliness plus bonus successes.
Okay.
And then it's fitness. TN of the fitness check to resist a critical strike is 3 instead of the normal TN. If you fail, suffer disoriented. So in 2 hands, Kenji is going to take the Akuma no Sume and kind of like target the fell beast where he thinks it would be the most critical, and I will attempt to strike it with this attack,
All right.
which I need. Okay, give me these dice. Okay, new roll. So 4 for that, 4 for that, because I have 4 firing, 4 in melee, martial arts melee.
Okay, so yeah, you roll 4 of each, and you get to keep 4.
Hawkeye.
Alaska can come to.
I've got 4 successes with an exploding, well, 3 successes, an exploding success. I have an opportunity, and I have a second opportunity.
Okay, so you're currently sitting at 3 successes.
4 successes.
For what now? You have 2 normal and 1 critical?
3 normal, 1 critical. It
Oh,
was
okay.
it was a
yeah.
normal plus the opportunity.
Perfect. Okay, so you're sitting at
So
3, and then you can re-roll and choose whether or not you want to keep that exploding success.
Hold on. No. So on my dice roller, I'm sorry. I have
Okay.
4 successes with the exploding one.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, it re-rolls it for you.
Yes, hold on. No, yeah. So it re-rolled. So I had a success with the opportunity, that dice, then 2
Mhm.
regular opportunities, and then the exploding opportunity. So that's the 4
Okay, gotcha.
or exploding success. I'm sorry. So that's the 4 successes, and then I had the 1 opportunity attached to the dice, and then when I rolled the explosion, it was an opportunity.
Just an opportunity. Okay, cool.
So I've got 4 successes, 2 opportunity.
And you needed a TN2 to hit normally.
And then for the skill, it said I needed to pass a TN4.
Oh, perfect. So then you absolutely succeed.
And then I can, for a critical, can I spend opportunity?
I don't think so. It's the deadliness of your weapon usually, but I think that specifically said something about the
Your
deadliness,
skill,
didn't it?
your skill will also list if there's additional opportunity things that you can expend on. If you don't have, like, if it doesn't have a thing, then you can just do the normal.
Yeah, the only thing
Thanks.
for heart-piercing strike is you can move up to 1 range band towards your target, but you're already there, so it doesn't really seem like there's any use for that.
And then there's the table on page 328 that, like, during martial examples where you can spend your
Okay,
opportunities.
that's what I was looking at. 328. Okay, let me see if I can't spend these opportunity. But yes, so it's gonna take. So since I'm two-handing, critical strike of 7 because of the
Okay.
katana, and it's unholy.
Okay.
So if it's an otherworldly being,
Which it is.
does not, it bypasses its resistances.
Which would be the physical damage from its, or the physical rating of its scales, right? So what is the damage that you do with this?
It would be 7.
7.
Wow.
Okay.
Nice.
So it can't block any of that. So that takes all 7 points towards its endurance. That's a hefty chunk of this creature's. And you said the critical strike was a 7 as well?
Hold on. I'm confused. Sorry.
So your weapon has a damage listed with it.
So that
And then
would
it has a
be
deadliness rating.
okay, yeah. So deadliness would be 5. Since I'm using it in 2 hands, it's +2. So it's deadliness 7.
Okay. How much damage does the weapon do?
Normally 4. Yes.
4. Okay. So that's what goes through to its endurance, through its fatigue. So it takes 4 and bypasses its armor entirely. So now the 7 is what puts it on this critical chart. So it takes a permanent injury The character suffers the bleeding condition, then chooses a scar from the following disadvantages for the ring that they use to check to resist. Maimed, fractured spine, lost eye or lost foot, or lost memories.
I would like to go with fractured spine for 500.
Okay. So yeah, you drive your blade into this hellhawk, this fell beast, and you feel the tip of this obsidian blade cut bone in its back whenever you struck from the front. And you see the tip of the obsidian blade kind of come out near this thing's spine, and it roars out at you. And it is not dead. It is still capable of movement, but you're not sure if it's going to be able to fly.
Sweet. I'm then gonna spend the 2 opportunity I had. Fire ring, conflict, martial skill examples. To, during an attack check, increase the TN of the next check the target makes to resist a critical strike they suffer before the start of your next turn by 1 per opportunity spent this way. So I'm going to increase the TN to resist critical strike by 2 for the dragon thing.
Okay.
By 2 for, so until everyone's done attacking, it's easier to crit this thing.
Okay. Excellent.
If I'm reading things correctly.
We are making it work here.
You're right. Appreciate everyone's patience on that one.
Oh, dude, no, I'm in the same boat. We're all here. Okay, that brings us to Ito.
All right. So this thing can or can't fly?
It doesn't look like it's going to be able to.
All right. So, all right. Well, all or nothing then. I guess I'm going to step to homeboy then.
Time out. Sorry, Ito. I apologize. There is a quality that the Fellbeast has.
Okay.
Kinji. It is black-blooded.
Yes. Uh-oh.
Anyone who contacts the blood, i.e. via a melee attack, suffers the afflicted condition.
No, I was going to say too. I have to, because anytime that I strike with this blade, because it's unholy, and anything I strike with the blade is also afflicted. So I gain affliction and it gains affliction. So we're going for broke.
Perfect. All right, let's do it. Okay,
so
sorry,
do I get
Ito.
2 affliction?
I think your affliction with the blade happens at the end of the round, like from wielding it. Is that right? Or the end of the scene, rather. So I think you are afflicted by this thing's blood, and then we'll have to double check on the sword how it reads.
Yeah, because they suffered a critical strike, so they suffer the afflicted condition, and then at the end of the scene, I suffer the afflicted condition, but I am now suffering the afflicted condition. Yes.
Okay, I see. Got it.
Yeah, and it's not going to stack because you either have afflicted or you don't have afflicted. So it's like
Okay, cool.
you're afflicted.
Word.
There's not conflicting afflictions. Okay. Like I said, we're getting there. All right, Ito. Sorry for the pause. Your turn.
I guess this thing is incapacitated for the moment. It ain't going nowhere. I guess I'm gonna step to the guy now. Now that is yes, I'm gonna step between Shoot, I'm
So
sorry.
Toby?
What's your character's name again, Ryan?
Kenji.
Kenji.
Kenji. I'm gonna step in between Kenji, and so he's like he can't strike at him. And use my Naginta, the polearm, to strike at the big bad guy.
Okay.
I'm gonna go fire
Yeah,
stance
Naginata.
and melee. I can't see what we got here. 3 successes and 3 strife.
All right.
Yeah. Now that's okay.
So-
3 success and 3 strife.
So how many dice can you keep?
3.
Okay, so which ones are you keeping? Or that's all together? They were all
Yes.
successes with strife on them? Okay. Nice. Okay, so make sure that you record the strife. 3 successes is more than the TN2 you needed to hit, so you will hit. What is the damage on the weapon that you're using?
6 and 6.
Okay, so 6. So
And 6
his
deadliness.
obsidian armor has physical of 5, so 1 will go through on him. Okay. You did actually deal damage, so you will escape the Witch King's presence. We'll get into that here in a minute, I'm sure. Okay. Perfect. That was Ito 1. It is your turn.
Yeah, I think Guan is pretty overawed by all of this. I think he tries to think of something rousing to say, probably more for Ikoma than anybody else, just to get him moving, but the words just die on his lips as he sees this horrifying thing in front of him. I tried to use slippery maneuvers. I crazy failed on the check, so I think he's just rooted to the spot. I think he's just dripping with sweat. He hasn't run away yet, but yeah, he does not look especially confident as he sees this red-eyed nightmare on top of this horrible black dragon. I think that's it. I
Okay.
really kind of bombed that check. So yeah.
Yeah. Was this an attack?
No. It was just a maneuver, slippery maneuvers.
Just a maneuver. Okay. All right. You try your best not to look his direction, but every time you kind of feel like you might have gained enough composure to not, you find yourself glancing in his direction again. And every time you do, you see these pinpricks of red light locked onto you, bearing down into your soul and revealing that weakness that you have, that fear deep within you. Okay. Ikoma, your turn.
I think Ikoma is overtaken by a rage. How dare this abomination set foot in this beautiful city? How could it have fallen so far? And I am going to charge forward and rallying off of Kenji's bravery. Crab Clan must be known to have shown equal or greater. And I will charge forward and strike with an avalanching or rushing avalanche style charge. It's the same as making an attack, but I can spend my opportunity to maybe knock you down.
Okay. Awesome.
Dice roller. Is there a TN with this?
2, almost always.
Almost.
Almost.
All right. 3 success, 1 opportunity, 1 strife. I'll keep the strife, but I will spend the opportunity. Oh, hold on. You are not prone. Damn. Never mind. You are just hit.
Okay. Sounds like enough to bypass. What is the damage of your weapon?
It's 4 or 7. I'm sorry.
7. Okay.
Tetsubo.
He resists 5, so 2 will go through.
I'm sorry. Can I back that up just
Sure.
to my technique, to my iron under the mountain technique? That's what it was. I know one of these procced in a similar way.
Okay. Did that change the damage or anything?
No,
Going through
it's
him?
just
Okay.
what I can do with my yeah. So 1 target of your action must resist a TN3 fitness check, air 1, water 4 in parentheses. I don't know what that means. Or suffer the prone condition and fatigue equal to their shortfall. Increase the TN
Okay.
of the check by 1 per opportunity spent this way. So
Is
it'd be a
fitness?
TN4. Yep.
Okay. He's a pretty beefy boy.
I gotta try. Bravery of Crab Clan will know. No limits. My body will fail before my spirit does.
I'm glad to hear that.
And my body will fail.
I have no doubt. Okay. TN4, you said?
Yep.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Yeah, he's going to succeed with 5. He could roll a critical success, but I don't think that there's any reason to. So he absolutely succeeded.
Worth a shot?
It was a melee strike.
Yes.
You did deal damage. Okay. Interesting.
Don't say that.
Okay. That was Ikoma. We are now to Satomi.
Okay, so bear with me just a second. As we
Please. Yeah,
go
'cause you're
back in
still
time
compromised, right? Yeah.
slightly, yeah. So, Satomi would have run into the last stand area. Immediately sees
Stop.
Jabuna. I don't know. At that point, they weren't quite fighting, but maybe commanding the troops, telling them what they need to do as they're waiting for these hordes to come in. And with no hesitation, she just runs across the field and leaps into his arms, crying, and gives him the most inappropriate thing for this thing, kiss. Yeah. Sorry, Jabuna.
He is obviously kind of in the middle of trying to make sure that this battle is going to plan. He sees the approaching horde arriving from the south, and you come barreling in on this horse, and it's obvious that you are injured and scared, and so he kind of rushes to you, and when you kiss him, he kind of at first seems like he doesn't really know what to do. Like, this is not what he was expecting at all. But then we as the audience can see that he longed for this as well, that this was his desire, and so he eventually sinks into this embrace and this kiss. And just about that time, a black arrow flies, and as you release one another from this kiss, it embeds itself into the right side of his chest.
Ugh. Can I take it instead?
Sure.
Yeah, I think she sees it incoming at the last second, and she like turns his body such that instead of hitting him, it hits her in the side. Like and it goes deep because she is not wearing any armor. And I think she's just looking at him and holding him at this moment. They've the kiss has ended, obviously, because of this movement. But there's just the look in her eyes as she's looking up at him. The tears are falling, and then we see, like, the kind of like the cough and the blood pools out of her mouth, and she just says, "Wait for me. I'll wait for you." I think before collapsing kind of into his arms.
He screams to the heavens in agony and in pain, somehow knowing deep down that that arrow was meant for him. Ito, at some point between the fleeing the gate of the moon and arriving here at the palace for the battle, you and Satomi had become separated. It's impossible. It's very possible that when she took your horse, that you might not have actually seen her again. At this point, I think is when Jabuna comes riding up on your horse, and you hear over the din of this battle that Satomi is dead. You're muted. Hang on just a sec.
There we go. All
There you
right,
go.
there we go. So, like, in the middle of the battle, I can just, or I see him, or he just hollers it out or whatever.
He rides up at breakneck speed on your horse, and you can see even through the pouring rain that he is filled with tears, and he calls out that Satomi has died.
Maybe my body is draped on the horse in his arms,
Yes.
kind of. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think that I would run to the horse and, like, in grief, throw my head down on her draped across and break down. So it would be, it would definitely be an unmasking for me, because that was what my whole goal was, is to protect her, and the fact that he wasn't able to was like killing him.
Okay. Okay. Though the Kurotsubasa cannot currently fly, it can still lash out and attack. So it is going to do so at the one who stabbed it, Kinji. It is going to attack you with Talon and Fang. So let's see, it's going to get 4 of those, and yeah, 4 of those. Okay. All right, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, ooh, 5, 6, 7. Oh my god. 8. Okay, so a ton of strife on this creature. Got 6 points of strife. So apparently it being injured was definitely causing it a lot of distress, but it also lashed out with 7 successes. So that is a TN of 2. That means 5 bonus successes, which increases the deadliness of its razor-edged attack, I believe. So 6 points is what it's dealing. Your armor does 4. Okay, so 2 points of fatigue are going to go through.
Okay.
However, 5. Oh my goodness gracious. The deadliness is a 12. Okay, Kenji.
Yeah.
You run up and you drive your blade into this thing, nicking its spine. And it writhes and turns around almost instinctively and rakes its claws across your midsection. You have suffered a critical strike called agonizing death. The character suffers the bleeding condition and dies in 3 rounds.
Oh.
Your insides are spilling out of your guts. Your armor is probably the only thing that is keeping them from completely and totally just falling out of you.
I imagine that the Akuma no Sume is still driven into the chest of this creature, and he's been batted to the ground. He skids, like you said, there's just blood. Kenji coughs. He thinks to himself, after all this time, he's done it. And as he's laying there, he's still, there's no trying to like put pressure on it. There's no attempting to do anything. He knows that he's done for. And he stares into the rain and into the heavens, into the clouds and everything, and just says, "I'll see you soon, Makino." There's, this blood, and he's just kind of waiting for one of the many things that his body's gonna shock, whatever. But he knows that he will die honorably, and that he has done what he has needed to do to atone for that. The scroll is out of there, and he has done everything he can. And Kenji's just, yeah. He's just waiting until he can be with Makino again.
All right. It is time for Mohatsukai no Tetsuye to take his turn. He looks around at all of you, and you see the air around his face, this mask, this demonic smile, start to bend and warp as he breathes deeply in. And then he performs something called a baleful shriek. I need everyone within range 4, which should be all of you, to make a meditation check at a TN of 5. If you are in Earth stance, it is a 2. If you are in Air stance, it is a 6.
Real
So
quick,
the-
what was the TN again, Jeremy?
5 normally. If you are in
Okay.
Earth, it's 2. I'm sorry. If you're in Earth, it's 3. If you're in Air, it's 6.
I don't think I can actually succeed on this because I'm in water. Yep, no, that's a fail.
Okay.
And you keep the the ring that I was in on my attack is the one I stay in. Okay.
I believe so, yeah. You're in it for the round.
Okay. Yeah.
You can decide at the top
So-
of the round to change it, but
Right.
What's
And
your
then
turn?
you said meditation.
meditation. Mm-hmm.
Three
I failed.
success, 1 strife.
And what ring were you in, Craig?
In fire.
Okay. That's going to be another fail. And Nakoma, you said you failed too?
Wait, I'm in Earth, so I only needed 3. I succeeded.
Okay, cool. And then Kenji.
I failed.
Okay. That is 3 fails. Those of you who failed are afflicted, and you stumble back 1 range band from him. And he recovers 2 fatigue per character who failed this way. So he looks bright and shiny. The good news is he can only do that once. So okay.
Them Nazgul with their screeches. I mean,
Mhm. Which apparently for the movie they made the sound effect with 2 plastic cups
Interesting.
and then Fran Walsh screaming. And
Yeah,
then
I was
did a
going to
bunch
say,
of
I'm pretty sure
distortion and-
they stole my baby to do that scream because that's how it sounded.
Perfect. Okay, so he shrieks out, and I mean, even those of you who are able to resist the urge to just get away from him, you're still having to like throw your hands up on your ears and trying your best to not let this, because it gets inside your skull like shards of glass. Some of us know how that feels, and just it's terrifying. Might even say baleful. Okay, we're back to the top of the round. Kenji, round 1 of 3, baby. What you got?
Can I even move?
Yes. Like, you're in a Japanese movie, bro. Like, your insides are falling out. You got 3 turns. Like, what are you gonna do with them?
Oh, I assumed that I was incapacitated.
No, you literally have you have the bleeding condition, and then you have the dying 3 rounds condition. Those are the
What a
only
condition.
I mean, yeah, right. Those are the only caveats that you currently have, which means conditions are what, 100? Those are advantages, I think.
Conditions are page 271.
Thank you. So bleeding means when you make a check, you suffer physical damage equal to the strife symbols on your kept dice, ignoring any resistances. Each time damage inflicted this way causes the character to suffer a critical strike, the severity of the critical strike is threatened as being equal to the character's current fatigue. But I mean, you won't die anyway, so.
Man, I shouldn't have done that thing with the opportunity. I have striking as fire. I should have increased the severity of the critical strike. on that fell beast by spending that opportunity as striking with fire after critting. So Kenji, I guess, is going to sit up, I guess, and he sees that Akoma, Guan, and Ito are still standing, still up against this beast. And while he knows that his time is short, he can't just lie there. And he needs to continue fighting in any hopes that they either can keep going without him or if he can assist them in any way. And he is going to, I guess, once again try. I mean, he does not have, like I said, the one blade is inside of the dragon, but he think he's going to try that strike again with the with his other katana. So I'm going to try another heart-piercing strike against the fell beast. Because you know, he didn't hear no bell, right?
When in Rome.
Right. What? So another 4/4. All right. One sec. Well, that stinks. Yeah, so the injuries were far. He got up. I only got 2 successes and 2 opportunity. So I'm going to use those opportunities to clear the strife on those successes. So he only has 2 successes. So that did not beat the TN of 4 for that move.
Okay.
So I do believe, though, I am probably disoriented. So I'm also disoriented along with the dying in 3 rounds.
Well, there you go. Some of that kind of tracks.
Yeah.
And kind of stumbling around. Does that belong to me? I don't know what that is. That came out of me. Okay. Ito.
Yes, I think that he will pull Satomi off the horse to and hand her to Jovuni, and he's going to, after seeing the arrow that's in her and the direction that they came up, he's going to jump onto the horse, pull his katana, and ride his horse directly into the oncoming horde.
Oh, fantastic. Absolutely. I think even maybe what is your curse of vengeance shadow weakness?
No, that's, I can't look it up. I think it's curse of vengeance.
Let me see if I've got
that would have been 2, because my 1 was the madness, and then the lure of power was the 3, so it would have been 2.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, I think there's even this moment where, you know, the shadow uses your pain, the suffering of your loss, to creep in as a point of egress, a damage in the walls, as it were, and it takes hold and pushes you further on this course of action that you had already decided, easing the decision to leap onto your horse and charge into certain death. Okay. think that is the last that we see of Tachibana Ito. Guan.
Yeah, I think seeing all this, seeing Kenji still flailing around as like bits of him are falling out, I think Guan is still just frozen. But then I don't know if it's a memory of some kind, but again, maybe he sees the eyes of this horrible mounted figure, and almost instinctively he finds himself just 1 foot in front of the other, 1, 2, 3, and then he's just running as fast as he can. And he grabs the hilt of the Akai Utadesu, the red song, and I think he will aim at the fell beast. I think he looked up to the seated individual, this horrible black armored figure, and just snarls, "Keep your tongue between your teeth!" And he just slashes at the creature with a Ei Jutsu. This is going to be Rising Blade, or excuse me, no, not Rising Blade. Crossing Blade. So I imagine maybe it's more like an X shape kind of thing. I already rolled. I succeeded, so it's going to take physical damage of 6 points of physical damage to the fell dragon.
6 points. Okay, that will absolutely bypass its physical, and I'll give it another point. All right. It is still alive. It is, again, black-blooded. So as you slice into this creature, you are sprayed with this cold, thick, black ichor. And you can feel, almost instantaneously, you can feel it kind of absorbing into your skin in the places where it has made contact. You will gain the afflicted condition.
I think I already had it from the scream. So I'm double
Perfect.
afflicted.
Afflicted twice.
Afflicted crew for life.
Afflicted with 2 C's. Okay. That was Guan Ikoma.
I charged with an attack, but I failed. I only have opportunity to spend, and I canceled out my stripe, but I didn't get enough successes.
Okay. All right. As you charge forward and swing at the Witch King and fail to make any kind of contact at all, you feel this, like this weight, like a stone that drops into the bottom of your stomach as you get this close and stare into his red eyes, and you are under the Witch King's presence. If a character performs an attack that deals 0 damage, that character suffers 6 strife. You're muted.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Striping all thing.
All right. You look back into his beady red eyes without any problem whatsoever. All right, down to the bottom of the round. Kurotsubasa is still alive, though not by much. It is, however, going to lash out at Guan now.
Would its
With
like
its
claws or whatever count as
talon
like a
and
melee
fang.
weapon?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to use the Way of the Dragon, my school ability. So I think as this creature tries to bite, it can only work on 1 attack, so the other attack's going to go through no matter what, depending on my armor. He's going to take the red song, the Akai Utadesu, and maybe like swat the talon away and then kind of lock the blade on top of this claw. The attacker must re-roll dice containing a success or an explosive success up to my school rank. So this will be
wow.
a ward, I guess. So 2 dice. So 2 successes or 2 explosive successes need to be re-rolled, and it needs to take whatever the next result is.
So I'll take these 2 that had strife on them and re-roll them. Okay, ooh. All right. One became a success, one became an exploding success with strife. And then a blank. So 1, 2, 3. That is 4 successes still. So
Okay.
is going to hit. His damage is 6. What does your armor have?
Trace. So I take 3
3.
points of fatigue.
Okay, so 3 points of fatigue goes through to you. It is critical strike though. Okay. Okay. So not as anywhere as bad as what just happened to Kinji, but still all the same, not fantastic for Guan. Okay, it is then Mahatsukai no Tetsue who climbs down off of his beast, brandishing Hisui no Kyofu, Jade Terror, in the direction of Ikoma, and rising to his full height, where Ikoma, I would imagine, is a pretty tall individual, being Crab Clan. And this individual, as he stands up, is probably a foot taller than Ikoma. And he raises this black jaded weapon and is going to swing it down at you. And these... Okay. He needs an additional one of these. Oh. Keep. Oh, okay. Okay, it's an oh my god, another one.
God,
Okay.
just kill me already. Fuck,
I mean,
dude.
it might.
Holy shit, the suspense is killing me.
He got 7 successes.
Ow!
So he exploded twice on one of his die, and he's able to keep 6 of his dice. So he has got 7 successes. The damage from his weapon is 7. Your armor does 4. Okay, so you will take 3 fatigue. And the deadliness of his weapon is a 10. But given the amount of bonus successes that he had, he is going to be able to definitely reach 16, which is instant death. So Ikoma, you move forward, you take this swing at him, realize that you might have made a grave error. That you knew that this was what was needed of you, but still somehow being here in the moment of it, and you miss your attack. He stands up, towering over you, and brings his black jade weapon up high. And as he brings it down, he cleaves through your clavicle, through your torso, and out the hip on the other side. Ikoma, Hida Ikoma, what is the last thought that goes through your mind?
But I was destined for great things.
Indeed. And destined for great things you were. Those of you who are still present and alive, Guan and Kinji, both of you see Hida Ikoma parted almost as easily as the two halves of Hoshijosai itself. Okay. So we are way over time. What I would like, Guan, Kinji, please describe to me the final moments of your lives in the presence of Mohatsukai no Tetsuye.
You said that the Fell Beast is nearly dead, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If I may,
Please.
Kenji sees Guan having parried that, and he knows that Guan is his elder, but he sees that there's one, he has to make one final attempt. And what he's going to do is he runs. Seeing Ikoma stricken down, he needs to make sure absolutely that the Witch King stays here for now. And he's going to run, and he's going to grab the hilt of the Akuma Nasome, or Sume, and he just, with all of the last bit of strength that he has, he's going to like rip it like out sideways and just cut and sever as much as he can through. As he pulls it out, he has to either kill or cripple this creature with his dying breath. And as he pulls it out and he does as much damage as he can with the black blade, he turns to Guan and he says, "Do it. But the dragon, do it." He's still coughing up all this blood and everything, and he's spent. That was the last he could do. The dragon writhes in pain, and he finally collapses, knowing that he's on his way for Makino, but his mission is a success, and that he has made the Dragon Clan proud. And Kenji finally succumbs to his wounds.
I think there's a moment of oddly pity, but also satisfaction that fills Guan as he sees Kenji do this, because he knows, even though the two weren't especially close, just being in the same clan and also training with the Miramotos, he knows that Kenji lost someone, and he has been grieving this person for, it seems like, as long as he's heard tale of Kenji Yamaguchi. And to finally see him at peace, even though it seemed like after this loss, his life just became this endless string of hurting and grumpiness and unhappiness. I think there is this moment of satisfaction seeing this younger man finally find peace. And I think maybe as the fell dragon is in its sort of final death throes, Guan will force himself to meet the red-eyed gaze of this Witch King and just say, "You, the shadow, will never win as long as Rokugan stands together." And he will just slam his blade through the eye of this fell dragon. And I'm actually going to throw this to you, Jeremy, maybe as like a talon basically disembowels this 60-year-old man who's spent so much of his life fighting and adventuring and drinking and telling stories. I want you to tell me, does he hear the sound of a divine forge smith's hammer as he is called into the realm of Kanayago Kami? Has he redeemed himself for his previous cowardice in the Kami's eyes in this moment?
I think Guan slams his sword into the eye of this beast, and as he does so, this creature rears back and bites down on Guan's throat, tearing the soft flesh from the front of his body and ripping backwards. And as he does so, we see Guan's wakizashi fall. And as the the cross piece of his wakizashi strikes the stone of the cobbled street far below the path that leads to the palace. It rings out loudly, a metallic clang that Guan 100% believes to be the strike of a hammer on an anvil.
I think that's like his last word is just Kanayago Kami, and then he just dies.
And with that, our tale is closed. Whew. I didn't think we were going to do it, but we did it. Fantastic, everyone. Thank you very, very much for allowing me to tell this story and for being a part of it and bringing so much fantastic energy and great character development, even though we all knew that this was the end that we were going to arrive at. It's freeing in a way to tell a story where we know how it ends for the characters, and y'all absolutely capitalized on every single moment that you had with them, so thank you. I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can give any kind of parting words that they would like real quick, and then we will put a bow on it and call it done. All right, so we're going to start in reverse order with Craig.
All right. I had a great time, so thank you very much. Like I said, sorry about all the issues. Dog was going crazy as well.
No, dude, it's no
But
worries.
no, thank you. I had a great time. The system was a little, like you said, crunchy initially, but like I do like how it played out. So thank you to Karen, sis. I appreciate all you getting me to the my character and everything. So thank you. Nice to meet you all, and I love playing with you guys. So thank you a lot.
Absolutely a pleasure, Craig. Like I said, it's been nice to finally get you on the channel and run a game for you. I've played a couple with you, but I haven't had the chance to run a game for you yet, so it was an honor. And again, once again, thank you for coming in so late, last minute, to create a character that was very complex to do, because I know the process is difficult. And yeah, I don't know that we got the system 100%, but we made it work. It was fun. I had a good time, and I hope that y'all did too. So thank you for coming along and being a part of that. All right, next up we have Karen.
As always, so much fun, Jeremy. Thank you so much for running this. It was it was amazing. It was a lot to allow us to dive into the system, the setting, and just tell this tragic tale. Was amazing. I loved every moment of it. So thank you so much. I don't know what else to say. Love you all. Love playing with you all, guys. Yeah, this was so awesome. Thank you.
Here. Thank you, Karen, again. As always, it's lovely to have you here on the channel. So glad to have you back, and especially whenever there's going to be drama and strife and character death. So thank you for always being the kind of character that, or the kind of player that's willing to lean into that with your characters. It's always a joy. All right, next up is Baron. You're muted.
Oh no.
Looks like your headset. Yeah, there you go.
There we go. I went to Rokugan and all I got was brutally murdered. So thanks for having me. Was super interesting to see the mashup work so well. Yeah, you know, as always, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for allowing me to do that.
Yeah, absolutely, the pleasure, man. Always glad to have you on the channel. Yeah, I was really happy with how little effort that it seemed to take to blend the world of Rokugan and the world of Middle Earth. It was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be to draw parallels between them, and there was a lot of really fun and interesting ways that I think I feel like I found to do that, and I'm very satisfied with that part of it. So yeah, thanks again for coming by and playing. All right, next up is Jason.
Hey, I have been Jason Osorio, and of course, thank you, Jeremy, as always, for having me on board. I think, although the system, like you said, was kind of convoluted, I think honestly, your narration and your descriptions, it just brought it all together and made it so much more engaging than it could have been. So thank you so much for all the effort that you put in, all the little graphical flourishes. This is all extraneous stuff that you don't have to do, but you do it, and it makes it so much more immersive and better. I appreciate it. I'm sure everyone else in this fantastic group of folks does as well. But yeah, again, thank you to my fellow players. It was so much fun to play an old samurai who's afraid of death in a death game. And honestly, it was kind of perfect. So I can't wait to the next time I'm on the Erasmus expeditions or playing with these awesome people. And I will pass it back to Jeremy. Again, thank you so much, guys.
Absolutely, man. And thank you, Jason, as always, for coming by, man. It's always fun to have you on as well. And you're such a good player who not only takes their character very seriously, but you also dive really hard into the setting material. And that's hugely appreciated from a GM's perspective. So thank you for doing that. As well as like all the notes during the session, like keeping track of whose initiative it is and all that kind of stuff. That's massive because it takes stuff off of my plate that I don't have to keep track of. So
Right.
It is deeply appreciated. And yeah, man, thank you for the kind words about the graphic stuff. I like that aspect of it. I feel like it gives a lot of production value to the games, as well as like help clarify a lot of the things that would be more confusing than they already are. So I'm glad that they were helpful and enjoyable for you to engage with. So thank you. All right, last but certainly not least, Ryan.
Hey, thank you again for having me. This has been a blast. I can't wait to do more games with everybody. Thank you for inviting me to this game. Once again, big fan of the feudal Japan era, and Rokugan seems like this so robust. Needs to be explored more. Need to definitely go more. But of course, Lord of the Rings, and from one Witch King to another, I'm so very glad that I was able to be murdered. We doing it, we live in it. So thank you very much for having me. Thank you everyone for playing with me, and I appreciate everything, man. Thank you for this. This was wonderful, and I very much appreciate it.
Dude, absolutely. Also very, very happy to finally get a chance to run a game for you, Ryan. We get to play together every other week whenever we're on. So
Right.
It was nice to have a chance to run you from this side of the GM screen. And like I said, I knew that you were a fan of Lord of the Rings. I saw your cosplay, your amazing Angmar cosplay. So I was
Thank
like,
you.
yeah, I definitely think this is probably the game to get him in on. So I'm really happy that you accepted and that you came along and gave us Kenji. So, all right, everybody, thank you so much for playing in this game. You're all wonderful people. I love you all deeply. Thank you for making this game what it was, for bringing a ton of heart and patience with me not understanding the rules very well, as well as forcing a mini game on top of that on you. It is very, very appreciated that you're all good sports. So thank you for that. To anybody who is watching this, thank you so much for tuning in. I do appreciate the fact that there are people that come here and watch these videos. Yeah, if you like what you saw, then do the stuff that YouTube likes to see you do. Hit the like button, subscribe, share the link around with your friends, talk about the game with people. I don't know about necessarily giving it as a way to learn the rules for L5R, but whatever floats your boat. Yeah. What else? Oh, remember, please, everyone, kindness is a free action. It costs you absolutely nothing to be kind to other people, and you have no idea the kind of battles that people are fighting. So if something that costs you absolutely nothing could be a gift that makes all of the difference in somebody's day, week, month, year, again, that's easy commerce. That's an easy gift to give. That's an easy exchange. So please, go out, be kind. Again, asterisk, caveat, unless they're Nazis, then clock them in the grill. But I think that's everything from us. So until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.